Hey guys, tonight, we're stepping behind the grand marble pillars and bustling streets of ancient Rome to uncover the wild, secret parties that the Romans desperately tried to hide from history. These weren't just ordinary celebrations, they were mysterious gatherings filled with forbidden rituals, hidden desires, and wild extravagance that the empire's elite indulged in under the veil of secrecy. Imagine a world where power, pleasure, and danger mixed in shadowy rooms, where what happened stayed locked away from the public eye until now. These secret parties reveal a side of Roman life that challenges everything we thought we knew about their civilization. If you've ever been curious about the hidden, darker chapters of history, this sleeping story will take you there. So before we dive into this 2-hour journey, hit that subscribe button, drop a comment with your location, and stay with me till the end, because this is a tale that will keep you hooked. In the bustling heart of the ancient world, the city of Rome stood as a beacon of power, culture, and social complexity. It was a place where the lives of its inhabitants were woven tightly with the threads of public display and private indulgence. To understand the allure and importance of secret parties, or convivia, one must first delve into the intricate tapestry of Roman social life, a world where every gesture, gathering, and relationship was loaded with meaning. Roman society was famously stratified. At the top were the patricians, aristocratic families whose lineage traced back to the city's founding. They wielded political authority, owned vast estates, and set cultural trends. Below them were the plebeians, the common citizens, merchants, artisans, and laborers who formed the city's backbone. Further down the social ladder were freedmen, former slaves, who had gained their freedom, and slaves, who labored without rights or recognition. This hierarchy was rigid, but nuanced. Social mobility was limited, yet possible, especially through wealth accumulation or imperial favor. What united Romans across classes was a deeply ingrained sense of honor and prestige, concepts that permeated every aspect of life, from the forums, political debates to the intimacy of the home. Public life in Rome was theatrical and performative. The city's forums, temples, and baths were stages where citizens displayed their status, debated ideas, and forged alliances. The political sphere was dominated by oratory, spectacle, and competition for influence. Yet, alongside this public display, Roman life held an equally important private dimension, one where friendships were deepened, politics were strategized, and pleasures were pursued away from the public gaze. It was within this private sphere that convivial secret parties held their unique place. Unlike the grand public festivals or official banquets, these gatherings were intimate, exclusive, and often shrouded in discretion. There were occasions where Rome's elite could relax social constraints, indulge in exotic luxuries, and forge bonds through shared secrets. The convivium was more than just a dinner party. It was a cultural institution. It combined food, drink, entertainment, and conversation into a single experience that could cement friendships, negotiate political deals, or simply provide a reprieve from the demands of public life. Its secretive nature was part necessity, part allure, providing a sanctuary where guests could reveal facets of themselves hidden beneath public personas. In a society obsessed with reputation and appearance, the convivium offered a delicate balance, a place to maintain social standing while enjoying private freedoms. The secrecy surrounding these parties was as much about protecting honor as it was about fostering intimacy and indulgence. Understanding the role of convivia requires appreciation of the Roman conception of virtues, the qualities of courage, honor, and excellence, and how these public virtues contrasted with private desires and weaknesses. The elite's participation in secret parties reflected this tension, revealing a world where appearances mattered but human pleasures persisted behind closed doors. As we explore the social structure and cultural norms that shaped Roman life, the significance of secret gatherings becomes clearer. They were not merely hedonistic escapes, but vital arenas for social interaction, political strategy, and cultural expression. Through this lens, the secret parties of ancient Rome offer us a window into the complexities of a civilization that balanced order and indulgence, public duty and private passion, in ways that continue to captivate our imagination. At the core of Roman society was an unyielding emphasis on status and reputation. The complex hierarchy permeated every interaction, From formal political assemblies to casual street encounters, public displays of wealth and power were essential for maintaining one's place in this social order, and the elite were acutely aware that every action might be scrutinized and judged by their peers. Public spaces such as the Forum Roman bustled, with senators, merchants, and citizens engaging in politics, commerce, and daily life. The Forum was the stage in which rhetoric and power played out, where men of influence debated laws, made alliances, and engaged in the ongoing performance of Roman civic identity. Success there often determined one's social mobility and future. Yet, alongside this public drama existed the private sphere of the domus, the family home, which functioned as a sanctuary from the public eye. The domus was a carefully managed environment, reflecting the family's wealth, taste, and values. It was here that the nuances of Roman life unfolded in ways invisible to the crowds. The intersection of public and private life in Rome was fluid, yet fraught. The elite understood that while the domus offered a retreat, it was also a venue for social maneuvering. Hosting dinners and gatherings was a means of displaying status, forging alliances, and reinforcing social networks. It was within this delicate balance that the convivium, the secret party, emerged as a pivotal social institution. Unlike the official banquets held for public or religious occasions, convivia were private, exclusive events that blended opulence with intimacy. They provided a rare space for guests to relax social strictures and engage with one another beyond the formal constraints of public life. The exclusivity of these gatherings was paramount. Invitations were highly selective, extended to trusted friends, political allies, or influential figures whose presence added prestige. The secrecy surrounding convivia ensured that conversations, behaviors, and indulgences remained discreet, protecting guests' reputations in a society where scandal could be devastating. Moreover, these parties were arenas for cultural expression and social strategy. Guests engaged in sophisticated conversation, debated philosophy, shared poetry, and enjoyed performances, all within an atmosphere charged with both camaraderie and competition. The blending of pleasure and politics at convivia reveals the multifaceted nature of Roman elite culture. These gatherings were not mere escapism, but integral to the social fabric, where personal relationships and political ambitions intertwined. The foods and wines served were lavish, often including exotic imports from across the empire, showcasing the host's wealth and cosmopolitan taste. Entertainment ranged from music and dance to theatrical performances and recitations of literature, creating a sensory feast that stimulated mind and body alike. Yet, beneath the surface of luxury and leisure, the convivium was a carefully choreographed performance. Hosts sought to impress and influence their guests, while attendees navigated the social dynamics with tact and subtlety. Alliances were forged, favors exchanged, and reputations enhanced or diminished. In a society obsessed with honor and appearances, the secrecy of these parties provided a paradoxical refuge. Guests could indulge in behaviors deemed inappropriate or scandalous in public, while the veil of privacy shielded them from censure. Historical accounts and literary works, such as those by Petronius and Seneca, provide glimpses into the sometimes decadent and risk nature of these secret gatherings. Tales of excess, wit, and intrigue abound, illustrating the human desires and complexities that animated Roman elite life. At the same time, the convivium reinforced social cohesion among the elite. By sharing in these private rituals, guests affirmed their belonging to a privileged circle, strengthening bonds that extended beyond the party itself. The intertwining of public duty and private indulgence in Roman society reflects broader themes of power, identity, and human nature. The convivium exemplifies how social institutions can simultaneously uphold order and provide space for transgression and pleasure. As we delve deeper into the world of Roman secret parties, it is essential to understand this duality, the dance between appearance and reality, duty and desire that defined not only these gatherings but the culture from which they sprang. Through this exploration, we gain insight into the lives of Rome's elite, the complexities of their social world, and the enduring human impulses that shaped their behavior. In ancient Rome, social life was a complex web of formal ceremonies and informal interactions, where public reputation and private connections were both crucial. The citizens of Rome, especially the elite, navigated a society in which appearances mattered immensely. Public forums, temples, and marketplaces were arenas for displaying power, cultivating alliances, and influencing public opinion. Yet, beyond these highly visible spaces existed a contrasting world of private gatherings, secretive, and often indulgent. This duality between public and private life was central to Roman identity. On one hand, Romans prided themselves on their civic virtues: duty, discipline, and service to the republic or empire. On the other hand, their private lives were replete with pleasures and excesses, enjoyed away from the watchful eyes of the masses. The secret parties, or convivia, were the epitome of this private realm. The convivium was not merely a casual dinner, but a carefully orchestrated social event designed to reinforce status, foster loyalty, and facilitate political maneuvering. These gatherings provided the elite with a space to engage in refined conversation, intellectual debate, and theatrical entertainment, while also indulging in food, drink, and pleasures that might be deemed inappropriate in public. In a society where honor was paramount, the convivium's secrecy was vital. Public scandals could destroy careers and reputations. Thus, maintaining discretion allowed participants to express themselves more freely, forge deeper bonds, and explore desires suppressed in public life. Roman social structure was deeply hierarchical. The patricians' noble families, tracing their ancestry to Rome's founders, held political power and wealth. Their influence was visible in the Senate and public life. Below them were the plebeians, the common citizens who contributed to Rome's economy and military but had limited political privileges. Freedmen and slaves occupied lower social strata. This hierarchy dictated interactions and access to social rituals. Convivia were primarily the domain of the elite, serving as exclusive venues where power was brokered and social capital exchanged. Invitations were coveted, and attendance signaled belonging to Rome's inner circles. The importance of patronage in Roman society also played out within these parties. Patrons, wealthy, influential men, used convivia to cultivate clients and supporters. Through generosity and hospitality, they reinforced loyalty and obligations that extended into political and economic spheres. Hosts went to great lengths to impress their guests, curating lavish menus featuring exotic delicacies such as peacock, dormice, and imported wines. The opulence of the feast symbolized not only wealth but the host's cultural sophistication and generosity. Key virtues in Roman aristocratic society. Entertainment was carefully chosen to engage guests intellectually and sensually. Skilled musicians played lyres and flutes, poets recited verses, and actors performed comedic or dramatic scenes. Sometimes, philosophical debates or witty conversations became the highlight, revealing the host's education and the guest's erudition. Yet, the atmosphere could also be charged with indulgence and excess. Historical accounts hint at wild revelry, where social norms loosened and guests pursued pleasures behind closed doors. Such indulgence was both a release from the rigid expectations of public life and a display of power, the ability to transcend ordinary constraints. These secret parties served as microcosms of Roman society, a blend of order and chaos, civility and decadence. They reflected the contradictions of a culture that prized discipline and virtue, yet relished excess and pleasure in private. Literary sources, like Petronius's Satyricon, provide vivid, if exaggerated, portrayals of these gatherings, filled with luxurious food, elaborate costumes, and licentious behavior. While these accounts must be read with caution, they underscore the allure and notoriety of convivia in Roman cultural imagination. The secrecy surrounding these parties also protected participants from legal and social repercussions. Certain behaviors tolerated within conviviant, including political scheming, sexual freedom, and subversion of social norms, would have been condemned publicly. The parties thus offered a safe space for exploring identities and desires otherwise constrained. Furthermore, the convivium was an essential platform for political and social networking. In a society where personal relationships underpinned power, these gatherings allowed elites to negotiate alliances, settle disputes, and plan strategies away from the public eye. The strategic use of hospitality and private gatherings highlights The sophistication of Roman social politics, success in these circles could enhance a man's reputation, influence policy, and secure family fortunes. At the same time, these parties reinforced social exclusivity, the boundaries of invitation, maintained class distinctions, preserving the status of the elite while excluding lower classes. The ability to host or attend a convivium was itself a marker of privilege. In summary, Roman secret parties were multifaceted institutions, part leisure, part politics, part social theater. They reveal a society deeply invested in appearances and power, yet craving spaces for intimacy, pleasure, and authenticity. Understanding the significance of convivia offers us a richer picture of Roman life, one that balances public grandeur with private complexity, social order with personal freedom. As we journey further into the world of ancient Roman secret parties, we will explore the lavish settings, the sumptuous foods and drinks, the entertainments that delighted guests, and the hidden intrigues that shaped the course of history behind closed doors. Roman society was a finely tuned balance between public grandeur and private indulgence, where the lives of citizens were governed by both visible ceremonies and hidden rituals. The city's grand forums and temples saw the enactment of law, politics, and religious devotion, while behind the thick walls of private homes, more intimate, secretive moments unfolded. Central to this dual existence was the importance of reputation and honor, concepts that defined a Roman's identity in both public and private realms. Every citizen, especially the elite, was acutely aware that their actions, words, and even the company they kept could affect their social standing. Thus, the public self was meticulously crafted, often leaving private desires and behaviors concealed. The secret parties, known as convivia, were born from this social landscape, a sphere where Rome's powerful could escape the formalities of public life. These gatherings were far more than simple meals. They were complex social institutions that intertwined food, drink, art, politics, and pleasure. Such gatherings took place in the opulent domus of Rome's aristocracy, where the architecture itself was designed to impress and facilitate social interaction. Elaborate dining rooms with reclining couches, triclinia, intricate mosaics, and lush gardens set the stage for evenings of indulgence. The exclusivity of convivia was essential. Invitations were carefully curated to include political allies, influential thinkers, artists, and trusted confidants. Attending a convivium signaled one's place within Rome's elite circles, a chance to display wit, learning, and loyalty away from the eyes of the masses. Food and drink played a central role in these events, serving both as symbols of wealth and as mediums of social connection. Exotic delicacies from across the empire, seafood from distant shores, spiced meats, fruits, and fine wines filled the tables. The consumption of such luxuries was a statement of power and cultural refinement. Entertainment was equally varied and sophisticated. Musicians played delicate lyres and pipes. Poets recited verses that ranged from epic tales to bawdy humor. Actors performed short plays or mime acts. Philosophical debates and witty repartee stimulated minds, creating a convivial atmosphere that combined pleasure with intellect. However, the convivium was not merely about enjoyment. It was also a venue for subtle political maneuvering. Conversations and alliances formed here could influence the direction of Rome's governance. The intimacy of the setting allowed for frank discussion and negotiation away from the public eye. The secrecy surrounding these parties was necessary not only for discretion but also to protect the reputations of attendees. While public life demanded decorum and restraint, private gatherings allowed for greater freedom of expression and behavior, sometimes pushing the boundaries of social norms. Literary sources from the period provide tantalizing glimpses into these secret worlds. Works like Petronius's Satyricon depict lavish feasts filled with decadence and intrigue, hinting at both the allure and excess of such gatherings. While these accounts often exaggerate for effect, they reflect contemporary awareness of the tension between public virtue and private indulgence. The convivium thus emerges as a microcosm of Roman society, where the public and private, the sacred and profane, the political and personal intersected. These secret parties reveal the complexities of human behavior within the structures of power and tradition. Understanding these gatherings enriches our view of Rome's cultural life. illuminating how social rituals sustained the elite's identity and cohesion, and how the human need for connection and pleasure found expression within strict social confines. That as we continue to explore the details of Roman secret parties, their settings, foods, entertainments, and social dynamics, we uncover a world that is at once opulent and intimate, structured yet spontaneous, public yet deeply private. The social fabric of ancient Rome was woven with threads of public spectacle and private indulgence, an intricate dance between honor and desire, appearance and reality. The convivium, or secret party, was a reflection of this complex social order, a place where the elite could escape the constraints of public life and indulge in pleasures and conversations that defined their true selves. In the bustling city streets, the clamor of merchants, politicians, and citizens contrasted sharply with the quiet, intimate spaces behind the doors of Rome's wealthiest homes. These homes were sanctuaries from the public gaze, offering a realm where social roles could be relaxed and personal bonds deepened. The architecture of these homes was designed to facilitate such gatherings. The atrium, the central hall, welcomed guests with its open roof and decorative fountain, symbolizing the host's wealth and taste. Adjacent rooms included the triclinia, where guests reclined on couches around low tables, enjoying food and conversation in a relaxed setting. Hosting a convivium was an art form and a social obligation. The host's reputation depended on the success of the event and the quality of the food, the choice of entertainment, and the ability to create an atmosphere conducive to both enjoyment and political discourse. Invitations were carefully extended to select guests whose presence would enhance the event's prestige and utility. The guests themselves navigated a delicate social dance. The convivium was a stage where wit, learning, and influence were displayed and assessed. Conversations ranged from politics and philosophy to poetry and scandal. Guests sought not only pleasure, but opportunities to advance their standing or alliances. Food and drink were central to the experience. The Romans were renowned for their culinary skills and appreciation of luxury. Meals often began with light appetizers, including olives, cheeses, and fruits, followed by elaborate main courses featuring meats, seafood, and exotic spices. Wine flowed freely, often mixed with honey and herbs to create unique flavors. The preparation and presentation of these meals were expressions of status. Skilled cooks employed a variety of techniques, including roasting, boiling, and frying, to create dishes that delighted the senses. The abundance and variety of food signaled the host's wealth and generosity. Entertainment was carefully curated to complement the feast. Musicians played lyres, flutes, and percussion instruments, providing a backdrop of melody. Poets and orators recited verses that ranged from epic narratives to playful epigrams. Dancers and actors performed short pieces, adding visual spectacle to the auditory experience. Beyond the sensory pleasures, the convivium was also a space for more private and sometimes risk activities. The secrecy of these gatherings allowed guests to explore behaviors and conversations that would be inappropriate in public. Historical texts hinted games, debates on taboo topics, and even libertine conduct that challenged social norms. The balance between restraint and indulgence was a hallmark of the Roman elite's approach to these parties. While maintaining an appearance of decorum, they embraced the opportunity to relax, to bond, and to enjoy life's pleasures away from the scrutiny of the public eye. The convivium was thus a microcosm of Roman social and cultural life, a space where the complexities of human nature were played out amid the strictures of social hierarchy and expectation. In this way, the secret parties were not merely about food and entertainment. They were essential forums for building and maintaining the intricate networks of power that sustained Rome's ruling classes. Alliances forged at these gatherings could influence politics, business, and social mobility. The role of women in these parties was complex. While many convivia were male-dominated, women of status sometimes participated or were entertained by specialized performers such as hidii, skilled companions known for their intellect and artistry. The presence of women added layers of social and emotional complexity to these events. Literary and archaeological evidence reveals that these secret parties were sites of both refinement and excess. The tension between civility and decadence underscores much of what we know about Roman elite culture. As we conclude this introduction to Roman social life and secret gatherings, we begin to see how convivia embodied the contradictions and richness of Roman society. They were places of order and chaos, public ambition and private pleasure, social obligation and personal freedom. These gatherings offer us a window into a world where the public persona and private desires coexisted in a delicate balance, revealing the humanity behind the grandeur of ancient Rome. In the following parts we will delve deeper into the settings, culinary delights, entertainments, social politics, and secret indulgences that defined these enigmatic gatherings. Through this journey, we come closer to understanding the Romans, not just as historical figures, but as people with passions, ambitions, and vulnerabilities, much like our own. The ancient city of Rome, with its sprawling streets and towering monuments, was a place where grandeur was woven into the very fabric of daily life. Yet, beyond the bustling forums and magnificent temples, there existed hidden enclaves where Rome's elite escaped the public eye to indulge in private pleasures and clandestine gatherings. These secret parties, conviviate, were hosted in spaces designed to evoke exclusivity, luxury, and intimacy, each carefully crafted to create an atmosphere befitting the event. At the heart of these gatherings were the demos, the private homes of Rome's wealthy families. These homes were architectural marvels, embodying both practical functionality and artistic elegance. The domos was not merely a residence, but a symbol of status, power, and cultural refinement. Hosting a convivium here was both a social necessity and a demonstration of wealth and taste. The layout of a typical elite domos was designed to impress and accommodate guests in style. Upon entering through the vestibulum, visitors were welcomed into the atrium, a grand hall often open to the sky, where light filtered down onto intricate mosaics and statues. This space was central to the home's social life, a place for receiving guests and conducting important conversations. Adjoining the atrium was the tablinum, the master's office and reception area, where the head of the household displayed family records, ancestral images, and symbols of achievement. This room set the tone for the evening's gathering, an environment steeped in lineage and prestige. Beyond these public areas lay the triclinia, the dining rooms where guests reclined on plush couches arranged around low tables. These rooms were the heart of the convivium, spaces designed for comfort and sensory delight. Walls were adorned with frescoes depicting mythological scenes or lush landscapes, and floors were covered with colorful mosaics that reflected the host's sophistication. The ambience was further enhanced by carefully chosen furnishings, cushions, fine pottery, and bronze or silver utensils that spoke to luxury. The lighting was soft and flickering, provided by oil lamps and candles placed in ornate holders, casting a warm glow that invited intimacy and conversation. In addition to the domest, many secret parties took place in sprawling villas located on the outskirts of the city or in the countryside. These retreats offered privacy and space, away from the city's noise and scrutiny. Villas were often surrounded by manicured gardens, fountains, and colonnaded walkways, creating a tranquil and picturesque setting. The gardens themselves were venues for socializing, with shaded groves and secluded alcoves providing spaces for whispered conversations and quiet contemplation. The sounds of water trickling from fountains and the scent of blooming flowers contributed to the sensory richness of the experience. Some of the most secretive and exclusive gatherings occurred in subterranean chambers or hidden rooms within these residences. These spaces were deliberately designed to be removed from everyday life. Underground cellars or secluded rooms accessible only to select individuals. Their concealed nature heightened the aura of exclusivity and mystery. Decoration in these secret chambers was often lavish, with walls lined in fine marble or covered in intricate stucco work. Ceiling frescoes portrayed celestial themes, suggesting a world apart from the mundane. These spaces were equipped with plush seating and space for music and performance, allowing guests to immerse themselves fully in the evening's pleasures. Hosts took great care in arranging seating and space to encourage interaction and comfort. The configuration of couches and tables fostered both group conversation and private dialogue. Servants moved discreetly, attending to needs without intruding on the guests' enjoyment. Music played a central role in shaping the atmosphere. Musicians were often positioned in alcoves or on raised platforms, their instruments providing a backdrop of melodies that complemented the visual and gastronomic delights. The harmonious blend of sight, sound, and taste created an immersive experience. Attention to detail extended to scent as well. Aromatic oils, incense, and fresh flowers perfumed the air, contributing to an ambience that was both sensual and refined. These fragrances helped mask the odors of crowded rooms and enliven the senses. Lighting was carefully modulated to enhance mood and intimacy. While public Roman spaces favored bright sunlight or torchlight, private convivia used softer, indirect lighting to create warmth and mystery. Colored glass or translucent fabrics sometimes filtered the glow, adding a subtle theatricality. Hosts often incorporated thematic elements into the decor, aligning with the occasion or the guest's interests. A dinner celebrating a military victory might feature decorations evoking strength and triumph, while a gathering of poets and philosophers could showcase imagery of gods and muses. The exclusivity of these settings reinforced social bonds among attendees. Being invited into such a carefully curated environment was a mark of trust and esteem, a recognition of one's place within Rome's elite circles. These venues were not static, but dynamic spaces, adapted to the needs of each gathering. Whether a quiet evening of intellectual exchange or a raucous celebration of triumph, the environment was tailored to facilitate the desired experience. The design and ambience of Roman secret parties reveal a sophisticated understanding of social psychology and aesthetics. Hosts used space, decor, and sensory stimuli to create environments that fostered connection, enjoyment, and influence. As we move deeper into our exploration of Roman secret parties, we will see how these venues set the stage for the sumptuous foods, captivating entertainment, and intricate social dances that defined these enigmatic gatherings. Beyond the grand urban residences and countryside villas, some of the most intriguing Roman secret parties took place in truly unique and secluded venues, places designed not only to host lavish gatherings but also to provide the utmost privacy and exclusivity. Among these were underground chambers, hidden grottos, and private bath complexes that blended luxury with secrecy. Subterranean chambers beneath the homes of Rome's elite were crafted to be both functional and symbolic. These underground spaces were often cool retreats from the summer heat, ideal for hosting guests away from prying eyes and ears. The thick stone walls muffled sound, allowing conversations and laughter to unfold in intimate secrecy. These chambers were decorated with as much care as the main parts of the house. Walls might be lined with marble slabs or frescoed with delicate scenes from mythology, designed to evoke an atmosphere of enchantment and otherworldliness. Mosaics underfoot added texture and color, creating floors that were both artistic and practical. Some wealthy Romans took secrecy to extraordinary lengths by constructing private bath complexes, or balnea, within or adjacent to their residences. These baths were sanctuaries of relaxation and pleasure, featuring heated rooms calderia, cold plunge pools, frigidaria, and steam rooms sudatoria. The baths were social centers as well as places of hygiene, where guests could cleanse and rejuvenate before or after a feast. Here, convivia could take place, combining physical relaxation with indulgence in food, drink, and entertainment. That intricate engineering behind Roman baths' sophisticated heating systems, known as hypocostinable, these venues to provide comfort regardless of the season. The warm air circulating beneath floors and within walls created an inviting environment, fostering a sense of luxury and exclusivity. Gardens and open courtyards also played a vital role in the setting of Roman secret parties. These outdoor spaces were carefully designed to complement indoor areas, offering guests a chance to stroll, converse, or admire art and nature under the open sky. The gardens of Roman villas were masterpieces of landscape architecture. They featured carefully trimmed hedges, vibrant flower beds, shaded walkways, and water features such as fountains and pools. Statues of gods, heroes, and mythological creatures added a spiritual and artistic dimension. Garden parties could begin with a stroll through these serene spaces before moving indoors for the feast and entertainment. The natural beauty and tranquility of the gardens contrasted with the energetic conviviality of the banquet halls, creating a balanced experience for guests. The decoration of convivia was another carefully managed aspect of their success. Hosts commissioned skilled artisans to adorn walls with frescoes, ceilings with painted panels, and floors with mosaics that reflected the themes of the gathering or the host's personal taste. Colors were chosen to evoke particular moods. Rich reds and golds suggested warmth and opulence, while blues and greens recalled the tranquility of nature. Patterns ranged from geometric designs to intricate scenes depicting gods, daily life, or allegories. Furniture also played a role in setting the tone. Cushions and pillows were placed on couches to enhance comfort, often covered with fine fabrics dyed in vibrant colors. Tables were low and arranged to facilitate conversation and easy access to food and drink. Lighting was critical in creating atmosphere. Oil lamps and candles in ornate bronze or glass holders cast a soft, flickering glow that softened features and heightened the sense of intimacy. Sometimes colored glass panels or fabric screens filtered the light, adding a theatrical quality. Music and sound were integrated into the venue's design. Alcoves or raised platforms housed musicians, while the architecture often enhanced acoustics, allowing melodies to resonate clearly without overwhelming conversation. The hosts themselves carefully curated the flow of the evening, orchestrating the movement from one space to another, from appetizers in the garden to the main banquet in the triclinium, and perhaps to a more secluded chamber for after-dinner entertainment. Privacy was paramount. Servants operated discreetly, attending to guests' needs without interrupting the ambience. Walls and screens provided seclusion, allowing guests to speak freely and indulge in behaviors not suitable for the public eye. This attention to detail transformed convivia from simple dinners into immersive experiences. Every element, the architecture, decor, lighting, sound, and even scent was harnessed to create a sensory tapestry that engaged and enchanted participants. Moreover, these venues reinforced social hierarchies and exclusivity. The grandeur and refinement of the spaces impressed guests, underscoring the host's wealth, taste, and influence. At the same time, the selective invitation process and physical separation from common spaces maintained the elite's social boundaries. The design of these secret party venues reflected broader Roman values: an appreciation of beauty and order, a love of spectacle, and a keen awareness of the social power of hospitality. In summary, the venues and setups of Roman secret parties were far more than backdrops. They were active participants in the social and cultural dynamics of the gatherings. These carefully crafted spaces enabled the elite to express identity, exercise power, and foster intimacy in ways that shaped the texture of Roman life. As we prepare to explore the lavish foods, intoxicating drinks, and captivating entertainments that enlivened these settings, the importance of the physical environment of the convivium remains central. It was in these carefully arranged spaces that the hidden world of Roman secret parties truly came alive. The architectural grandeur and thoughtful design of Roman secret party venues reflected a civilization that valued not only power and politics, but also art, pleasure, and social intimacy. Every element of the space, from the marble columns to the flickering oil lamps, was crafted to create an environment that invited both opulence and discretion. One of the most striking aspects of these venues was the careful balance they struck between openness and privacy. The atrium, with its open roof allowing natural light and rainwater into the home's heart, symbolized hospitality and openness. Yet, adjacent rooms and hidden chambers provided secluded retreats where secrets could be safely shared. This interplay of public and private spaces was a defining feature of Roman domestic architecture. While the atrium and tablinum served as places to receive visitors and conduct business, the triclinia and private rooms offered intimacy and comfort. The layout of the domus encouraged movement and interaction. Guests could begin their evening strolling through the peristyle garden, where columns framed views of sculpted fountains and carefully tended plants. The gentle sound of water and the scent of blooming flowers set a tranquil mood. Moving from the garden to the triclinium, guests reclined on plush couches arranged around low tables. The room's walls were often frescoed with vivid scenes, mythological tales, pastoral landscapes, or geometric patterns, adding visual richness to the dining experience. Ceilings might be adorned with intricate stucco or painted panels, while floors boasted mosaics crafted from tiny colored stones, depicting scenes from nature, mythology, or daily life. These artistic elements demonstrated the host's wealth, taste, and cultural sophistication. The furnishing was both functional and decorative. Couches were cushioned with layers of wool and feathers, covered in rich fabrics dyed with costly pigments. Tables were set with fine silverware, ceramic dishes, and glassware imported from distant lands. Lighting was key to setting the atmosphere. Oil lamps placed strategically around the room cast warm, flickering light, softening shadows, and creating an intimate ambience. Colored glass and thin marble panels sometimes filtered the light, adding a soft glow that enhanced the evening's allure. Music and sound further enriched the environment. Musicians were often positioned in niches or elevated platforms, their instruments ranging from lyres and flutes to percussion. The gentle melodies provided a soundtrack for conversation, feasting, and reflection. Seating arrangements were carefully planned to facilitate conversation and social interaction. Hosts placed guests according to status and relationship, ensuring that alliances could be nurtured and rivalries smoothed. The architecture of villas in the countryside offered a different yet equally luxurious setting for secret parties. These estates provided ample space for gardens, pools, and open-air pavilions, where guests could enjoy the pleasures of nature alongside refined comforts. In villas, convivia often extended into multiple rooms and outdoor spaces, allowing for a variety of experiences: dining, dancing, conversation, and relaxation. The combination of natural beauty and architectural elegance created an immersive environment. Privacy in these villas was paramount. Thick walls, secluded gardens, and controlled access ensured that the events remained exclusive. The sense of retreat from city life added to the gathering's allure, offering a respite from public pressures. Underground spaces added an element of mystery and secrecy. Cellars and hidden chambers served not only as storage for wine and food, but also as intimate venues for smaller, more private gatherings. The cool stone interiors contrasted with the warmth above, providing a unique ambience. Decoration in these secret chambers was often more lavish than in public rooms, as hosts sought to impress and delight a select few. Frescoes might depict mythological scenes of love and revelry, while floors boasted intricate mosaics, illustrating stories of gods and heroes. The use of scent was also deliberate. Aromatic oils, incense, and fresh flowers perfumed the air, enhancing the sensory experience and masking less pleasant odors. These fragrances played a subtle role in creating a memorable atmosphere. The careful orchestration of light, sound, scent, and sight was essential to the convivium's success. Each element worked in harmony to engage guests fully, allowing them to immerse themselves in the evening's pleasures. In addition to private homes and villas, some convivia were held in specially constructed banquet halls or garden pavilions designed for entertaining. These structures featured open layouts, colonnades, and decorative elements that blended architecture with nature. The design of these spaces reflected the Roman ideal of otium, leisure time devoted to enjoyment and intellectual pursuits. They provided a backdrop for the blending of relaxation, socializing, and cultural engagement. Across all these venues, the overarching theme was exclusivity and refinement. To be invited to such a gathering was a mark of distinction, a sign of one's inclusion in Rome's elite circles. The care with which spaces were prepared and presented spoke to the importance of hospitality in Roman culture. Hosts understood that the setting was as important as the company and the entertainment. Every detail contributed to creating a memorable and meaningful experience. In conclusion, the venues and setups of Roman secret parties were more than mere physical spaces. They were carefully crafted environments that embodied the values, aspirations, and complexities of Roman elite society. They provided a stage for the interplay of power, pleasure, and intimacy that defined the convivium. As we turn our attention to the sumptuous foods and intoxicating drinks that enlivened these gatherings, we carry with us an appreciation for the environments that made such pleasures possible. The ancient Romans understood that the setting of a gathering was as important as the company and the conversation. The architecture and decor of secret parties, the convivia, were meticulously planned to create an atmosphere that was both exclusive and inviting, where power, pleasure, and intimacy could mingle freely. At the heart of Roman private life was the domus, the city house of the wealthy elite, where many of these secret gatherings took place. These homes were more than mere shelters. They were statements of status, art, and cultural identity. The moment a guest passed through the imposing front door, they entered a world carefully curated to impress and envelop the atrium. The first major room guests entered was often a large open space with a skylight or compluvium that let in natural light and rainwater. At its center was the impluvium, a shallow basin that collected rainwater, often surrounded by intricate marble or mosaic designs. This space was both functional and symbolic, representing purity, life, and the household's wealth. The walls of the atrium were adorned with frescoes, depicting mythological scenes, landscapes, or family ancestry, reminding visitors of the host's cultural sophistication and noble lineage. Statues and busts of ancestors stood proudly, reinforcing the family's status and continuity. From the atrium, guests moved into the tablinum, the master's study or office. Here, important documents and family records were kept, underscoring the serious business of family legacy. The tablinum was both a private sanctuary for the paterfamilias and a strategic point within the house, connecting the public and private spheres. But it was the triclinium, the dining room, that served as the centerpiece of Roman secret parties. The triclinium was named for its 3 couches arranged in a U-shape around a low table. Guests reclined on these couches, leaning on their left elbows, freeing their right hands to partake in food and wine. This arrangement fostered intimacy and conversation, allowing for eye contact and easy exchange. The decoration of the triclinium was often the most lavish in the house. Walls might be covered with vibrant frescoes illustrating scenes from epic poetry, gods and goddesses, or nature. Floors were often laid with exquisite mosaics crafted from thousands of colored stones, depicting intricate geometric patterns or scenes from mythology. Ceilings sometimes featured painted panels or elaborate stucco work, with themes reinforcing the host's cultural refinement and connection to the divine. The lighting, primarily from oil lamps and candles, was carefully positioned to create a warm, flickering glow that softened the room's grandeur and invited relaxation. Fabrics and cushions added layers of comfort and color. Rich silks dyed in deep reds, purples, and golds colors associated with wealth and power were draped and embroidered. Guests reclined on soft cushions stuffed with wool or feathers, enjoying the tactile luxury as they engaged in feasting and discourse. Music was integral to the ambience. Musicians often played from raised alcoves or corners, using instruments such as lyres, flutes, and small percussion. The melodies were selected to complement the mood, whether lively tunes for animated debate or gentle harmonies for inflective moments. The spatial design of the domos allowed for both public and private moments. Adjacent to the triclinium were smaller chambers or gardens where guests could withdraw for quiet conversation, flirtation, or contemplation. Screens and curtains provided visual barriers, enabling privacy even within the gathering. Venturing beyond the city homes, many Roman elites hosted convivia in their suburban or rural villas. These estates, sprawling and secluded, offered greater freedom and grandeur. Villas were often surrounded by expansive gardens, with shaded walkways, groves of olive and cypress trees, and ornamental fountains. The gardens were designed for leisure and reflection, dotted with statues and busts that reflected the owner's tastes and interests. These natural spaces provided venues for pre-dinner promenades, philosophical discussions, or simply respite from the city's bustle. In villa settings, banquets could extend into open-air pavilions or porticos. Here, guests dined beneath the sky, with gentle breezes carrying the scent of jasmine and myrtle. The connection to nature added a spiritual and sensory dimension to the festivities. The villas often included private bath complexes, where guests could cleanse and relax before or after the feast. These baths featured heated rooms cauderia, cold pools frigideria, and steam rooms enhancing the luxurious experience. The integration of bathing and dining was typical of Roman social life, emphasizing the importance of physical and social renewal. Some secret parties took place in more hidden locations, underground chambers, or specially constructed banqueting halls, designed to ensure privacy and exclusivity. These spaces were often accessed through discreet entrances and designed to muffle sound, protecting guests from prying ears. The interiors of such chambers were often the height of luxury. Marble-lined walls, frescoes illuminated by soft candlelight, and richly woven tapestries created a world apart from the ordinary. Here, guests could indulge in conversations and activities forbidden in public. Hosts paid meticulous attention to every sensory detail. Aromatic oils and incense perfumed the air, mixing scents of lavender, rose, and myrrh. The fragrance was carefully balanced to both delight and soothe, masking the less pleasant odors of a crowded room. Lighting was a subtle art. While firelight flickered from bronze lamps and sconces, colored glass or thinly sliced marble panels sometimes filtered the glow, casting shifting hues and shadows. The interplay of light and darkness added mystery and intimacy to the atmosphere. Furniture in these secret spaces was designed for comfort and social ease. Low couches allowed guests to recline luxuriously while maintaining proximity for conversation. Small tables were scattered throughout, holding delicacies and cups of wine, facilitating casual interaction. The arrangement of spaces also reflected the social dynamics at play. Hosts often reserved the best seating for honored guests or political allies, while peripheral areas accommodated servants and entertainers. Such spatial hierarchies reinforced social order even within private revelry. In the larger context of Roman culture, the design and decoration of convivial venues were expressions of identity and power. To host a sumptuous and well-organized party was to demonstrate wealth, cultural knowledge, and social grace. It was an opportunity to reinforce alliances and display one's place within the elite. The physical spaces of Roman secret parties were, therefore, more than mere backdrops. They were active participants in the social drama, carefully crafted environments that shaped behavior, fostered connection, and enhanced experience. Understanding these venues enriches our appreciation of Roman social life, revealing how architecture, art, and sensory experience were harnessed to create moments of pleasure, influence, and belonging. As we prepare to explore the sumptuous foods and intoxicating drinks that enlivened these carefully curated settings, we carry with us a sense of the care and intention that transformed ordinary spaces into stages of secret revelry. As night deepened over the ancient city of Rome, the transformation of private residences into sanctuaries of indulgence was nothing short of remarkable. The meticulous attention paid to every detail, from the architecture to the decor, from lighting to scent, was a testament to how deeply the Romans valued the art of hosting and the power of social gatherings. The domus was more than a home. It was a stage on which the elite displayed their wealth, taste, and social standing. The layout of the house reflected a keen understanding of human psychology and social dynamics, guiding guests through a carefully choreographed experience. Upon entering the vestibulum, visitors were enveloped in an atmosphere that transitioned from the bustling noise of the street to the calm elegance of the host's domain. This threshold marked the beginning of an immersive journey, one that balanced openness with exclusivity. The atrium welcomed guests into the heart of the home. Its open ceiling allowed the stars or sun to cast shifting patterns of light and shadow, creating a natural spotlight on the mosaics and statues that celebrated the family's legacy. The gentle sound of rain collecting in the impluvium below added a soothing backdrop to the anticipation of the evening ahead. Guests might then pass into the tablinum, where the paterfamilias held court. Here, ancestral portraits and inscriptions reminded all of the lineage and gravitas behind the festivities. This room, though less lavishly adorned than the triclinium, carried its own solemnity, grounding the evening's pleasures in a foundation of tradition and respect. The triclinium, however, was the jewel of the domus, designed explicitly for the pleasures of dining and socializing. The three-couched arrangement fostered an intimate setting where guests reclined comfortably, engaging in lively conversation and savoring exquisite dishes. The frescoes on the walls served as more than decoration. They were conversation starters and cultural signifiers. Guests might debate the virtues of gods and heroes depicted or discuss the artistic techniques employed, all while enjoying the feast. Floor mosaics added a tactile and visual richness underfoot, with intricate designs that told stories of Rome's mythic past or celebrated the natural world. These patterns not only pleased the eye, but also symbolized order and harmony. Themes echoed in the social order the gathering sought to affirm. Lighting played a crucial role in shaping the evening's mood. The flicker of oil lamps created a warm, inviting glow that softened faces and deepened colors. The play of light and shadow encouraged both openness and secrecy, fostering an atmosphere conducive to both spirited discussion and whispered confidences. Soft music, performed by skilled musicians hidden in alcoves or on balconies, filled the space with melodies that complemented the feast and the conversation. The blend of instruments, from the delicate lyre to the steady rhythm of percussion, wove a tapestry of sound that both energized and soothed. The careful placement of furniture and decoration reflected the host's understanding of social dynamics. Seating arrangements honored hierarchy and alliances, allowing powerful figures to sit close while newcomers or lesser guests were placed further away. This spatial organization was an unspoken language of power and inclusion. For larger or more exclusive gatherings, hosts often utilized multiple triclinia or adjacent rooms, allowing for varied experiences and degrees of intimacy. Guests could migrate from lively feasting rooms to quieter lounges or gardens, following the rhythm of the evening. Moving outside the city, the Roman villa offered an entirely different setting, one that combined the comforts of refined architecture with the beauty and tranquility of nature. Villas were often designed around large peristyles, open courtyards surrounded by columns, and expansive gardens that provided both space and privacy. These gardens were carefully cultivated environments, featuring statues, fountains, and shaded walkways lined with fragrant plants. They served as outdoor salons where guests could promenade, converse, or enjoy performances under the stars. The integration of water features small pools, fountains, and channels added a cooling and calming element, enhancing the sensory experience. The sound of flowing water mingled with the rustling of leaves and the murmur of conversation, creating a serene backdrop for social engagement. The villa's architecture emphasized openness and light. Large windows and doors opened onto gardens and terraces, blurring the line between interior and exterior. This design fostered a sense of freedom and connection to nature, complementing the luxury of indoor spaces. The private bath complexes attached to many villas elevated the experience. Further, these baths were not only places of hygiene but also centers of social and recreational life. Here, guests could relax in heated rooms, plunge into cold pools, or enjoy steam baths, preparing themselves physically and mentally for the feast and festivities. The baths themselves were works of architectural and engineering marvel, with sophisticated heating systems, hypocausts that circulated warm air beneath floors and inside walls. Marble benches, mosaic floors, and frescoed walls created an atmosphere of opulence and tranquility. The privacy of these spaces allowed for more intimate and sometimes decadent interactions. Away from the formalities of public life, guests could reveal hidden facets of themselves, indulge desires, and deepen relationships. Within both city homes and countryside villas, hosts orchestrated the flow of the evening with precision. The progression from reception to dining, entertainment, and after-dinner relaxation was designed to engage the senses and the spirit, fostering connection and enjoyment. The presence of hetairai, highly educated companions, skilled in music, poetry, and conversation added cultural and emotional depth to the gatherings. These women, often welcomed guests rather than servants, contributed to the intellectual and artistic atmosphere, bridging the realms of pleasure and discourse. Lighting, sound, scent, and space worked in concert to create an environment that was both luxurious and intimate. Fragrant oils, incense, and fresh flowers perfumed the air, while the flicker of lamps cast a gentle glow. The soft melodies of music filled the room, and the tactile comfort of cushions and fabrics invited relaxation. This sensory immersion was central to the Roman understanding of hospitality and social ritual. The careful crafting of environment signaled respect for guests and reflected the host's status and sophistication. Importantly, the exclusivity of these venues reinforced social bonds and hierarchies. Invitations were a mark of trust and favor, and the very act of entering these spaces signaled one's place within the elite network. In some of the venues and setups of Roman secret parties were not accidental or merely decorative. They were deliberate, artful creations designed to facilitate complex social interactions. They provided stages where identity, power, pleasure, and intimacy converged. As the echoes of laughter and music faded into the night, these spaces held the memories of whispered confidences, bold ambitions, and fleeting joyous moments that revealed the richness and contradictions of Roman elite life. With this understanding of the settings and atmospheres of Roman secret parties, we are prepared to explore the sumptuous foods and intoxicating drinks that made these gatherings unforgettable feasts that delighted the senses and signaled status, taste, and power. In the secret parties of ancient Rome, food and drink were far more than mere sustenance. They were art, spectacle, and social currency. Every dish served, every cup raised, was a statement of wealth, sophistication, and cultural identity. The luxurious banquets that unfolded within the elegant domus, or secluded villas, were carefully curated to delight the senses, impress guests, and facilitate the complex social dance of Roman elite life. The Romans were famed throughout the ancient world for their culinary expertise and their ability to incorporate exotic ingredients from across the empire. From the farthest provinces to the bustling markets of Rome itself, rare spices, imported wines, and delicacies traveled great distances to adorn the tables of the city's most influential. Hosting a secret party meant presenting a feast that dazzled as much by its variety as by its quality. It began with gustaccio, the appetizer, coarser selection of light bites designed to awaken the palate. Olives, fresh and cured, were ubiquitous, often paired with cheeses made from goat, sheep, or cow's milk. Fresh fruits like figs, grapes, and pomegranates added sweetness, while salted fish or small fried delicacies provided savory contrasts. The centerpiece of the feast, however, was the mensae prima, the main courses. Here, the culinary creativity of the host and their kitchen staff shone brightest. Roasted meats, including wild boar, lamb, and game birds, were seasoned with an array of herbs and spices. Exotic fare, such as peacock or flamingo, dazzled guests not only with taste, but with presentation. These dishes symbolized power and access to the empire's farthest reaches. Seafood was especially prized. Fish like mullet and sea bass, shellfish such as oysters and mussels, and even dormice considered a delicacy were prepared with care. Sauces, often based on garam fermented fish sauce, beloved throughout Rome, added layers of umami and depth. Vegetables were not neglected. Artichokes, asparagus, leeks, and beans featured prominently, often prepared with olive oil, vinegar, and herbs. Romans appreciated balance and variety, understanding that a successful banquet engaged all the senses. Wine, however, was the elixir of the Roman feast. Far from simple grape juice, Roman wines were diverse, complex, and often heavily flavored. They ranged from robust reds to delicate whites, and were frequently mixed with honey, spices, or seawater to create unique blends. The most prized wines came from regions like Falernian, Cacuban, and Massic. The ritual of wine drinking was itself a central part of the convivium. Wine was served in ornate cups, sometimes made of silver or glass, and poured by attentive servants. Guests participated in toasts, drinking in unison to the health of the host, the emperor, or the gods. The act of sharing wine symbolized trust and fellowship, reinforcing bonds between attendees. Food and drink were more than nourishment, they were performances. Dishes were presented with theatrical flair, fruits carved into intricate shapes, meats arranged in patterns, and sauces poured tableside. The feast became a sensory journey, each course unveiling new flavors, textures, and aromas. Music and conversation flowed alongside the food, creating a rhythm that carried guests from course to course. Poets might recite verses inspired by the meal. Musicians provided accompaniment, Dancers entertained between bites. The role of slaves and servants in this culinary theater was critical. Trained cooks prepared dishes that balanced novelty and tradition, while servers anticipated guests' desires with practiced skill. The seamless coordination of service added to the overall impression of effortless luxury. In some secret parties, the culinary experience extended beyond the meal itself. Banquets were interspersed with games, storytelling, and displays of wealth, such as rare spices or new recipes from distant provinces. The feast was a microcosm of Roman society's cosmopolitanism and opulence. As we continue exploring the sumptuous world of Roman secret parties, we will uncover the rich variety of foods and beverages that delighted guests, the social rituals surrounding their consumption, and the cultural meanings woven into every bite and sip. The feast that awaited guests at a Roman secret party was nothing short of a culinary spectacle, a dazzling display of the empire's bounty and the host's wealth. Each dish was thoughtfully prepared and artfully presented, designed to engage the palate and the eye, and to impress those fortunate enough to be invited. The meal typically began with the gustatio or appetizer course, which was lighter and intended to stimulate the appetite. This might include an array of olives green and black seasoned with herbs or soaked in oil, each bite bursting with earthy flavor. Cheeses made from the milk of goats, sheep or cows were served, sometimes spiced or salted to add variety. Fresh fruits were a common feature of the appetizer course. Figs, bursting with sweetness and texture, were often paired with honey or nuts. Grapes, pomegranates, and dates lent a richness that contrasted with the saltiness of cured fish or small fried delicacies such as fritters or muscatini, fried fish. The Romans were fond of shellfish, and oysters, clams, and mussels were served, fresh or prepared with sauces to tantalize the taste buds. Dormice, a luxurious and rare treat, were often stuffed with minced meat and herbs before roasting, a delicacy reserved for the most opulent gatherings. Following the gustatio, the men's main courses were unveiled in an impressive procession. Roasted meats were central to these courses. Wild boar, succulent and richly flavored, was often the centerpiece. The boar's meat was seasoned with a blend of herbs, including savory, thyme, and coriander, then roasted to perfection over open flames or in ovens. Game birds, such as pheasants, partridges, and quails, were prepared with equally elaborate care. Sometimes these birds were stuffed with a mixture of spices, nuts, and dried fruits, creating a complex interplay of flavors that delighted guests. Exotic animals were occasionally featured, highlighting the host's access to rare ingredients. Peacock, with its vibrant feathers, was roasted and presented as a visual spectacle. Flamingo, with its tender flesh, was served to particularly esteemed guests, a dish whispered about in elite circles. Seafood was prized not only for its flavor, but also for its associations with the vast Roman Empire, reaching to the farthest coasts. Fish, such as mullet, sea bass, and tuna appeared frequently, often grilled or poached. Shellfish, including oysters and crayfish, were served chilled or cooked in rich sauces. A hallmark of Roman cuisine was the use of garum, a pungent, fermented fish sauce that was a staple condiment. Garum was drizzled over meats, vegetables, and even fruits, adding a savory depth that is hard to replicate today. Vegetables and pulses were not neglected. Artichokes, asparagus, leeks, and broad beans were prepared with olive oil and herbs, providing fresh and vibrant flavors. Romans appreciated the balance of tastes and textures, and these side dishes complemented the richness of the meats. The wines served at these banquets were legendary. Roman viticulture was sophisticated, with wines varying widely in flavor, strength, and sweetness. Famous varieties such as Falernian and Cacabon were prized for their aroma and body. Wine was often diluted with water, sometimes spiced with honey, pepper, or herbs like mint and thyme. These mixtures enhanced the wine's complexity and made it more palatable over long evenings. The ritual of wine consumption was steeped in symbolism. Toasts were made to honor the host, the gods, or the emperor. Cups sometimes crafted from silver, glass, or precious stones were raised in unison, sealing bonds of friendship and alliance. Roman banquets were as much about presentation as flavor. Hosts commissioned cooks and servants to arrange dishes in elaborate patterns. Fruits might be carved into flowers or animals, Meats were decorated with herbs and flowers. Sauces were poured tableside to heighten drama. The feast was accompanied by performances, dancers, poets, and storytellers entertained guests, weaving narratives that ranged from heroic epics to bawdy tales. This interplay of food, drink, and entertainment created a rich sensory tapestry. Food also served as a political and social tool. The ability to provide exotic dishes and rare wines signaled wealth and influence, reinforcing the host's status. Guests consumed not only for pleasure, but also as a demonstration of their place within the elite. Behind the scenes, slaves and servants orchestrated the meal's flawless execution. Skilled cooks prepared dishes with precision, while servers moved discreetly, ensuring guests were attended to without interrupting the atmosphere. The complexity of Roman culinary culture at secret parties illustrates the civilization's vast reach and the mingling of diverse traditions. Ingredients and recipes reflected the empire's geographic breadth, from North Africa's spices to Gaul's wines and the eastern provinces' delicacies. In these banquets, food was a language, a way of communicating wealth, power, cultural sophistication, and hospitality. Each course was a statement, each sip a gesture of camaraderie, that as the evening progressed, the feast might give way to lighter fare, sweet fruits, pastries, and desserts like libum, a type of cheesecake, or honey-coated cakes. These offerings provided a gentle conclusion to the meal, allowing conversation and entertainment to take center stage. Roman secret parties, through their lavish food and drink, created spaces where social hierarchies were both reinforced and playfully negotiated. Guests engaged in subtle rituals of consumption, where eating was intertwined with identity and power. In sum, the culinary delights of Roman convivia were more than meals. They were cultural events that united the empire's riches, the host's generosity, and the guests' social ambitions into a harmonious celebration of life. The art of Roman feasting was a complex and highly ritualized affair, steeped in tradition and imbued with symbolism. These banquets were far more than simple meals. They were social performances where every detail, from the choice of ingredients to the timing of course, played a role in communicating status, forging bonds, and affirming cultural values. One of the key features of these secret parties was their eclectic fusion of flavors and ingredients drawn from across the vast Roman Empire. The empire's sprawling reached from the shores of Britannia to the deserts of Egypt. The forests of Germania to the islands of the Mediterranean brought an astonishing variety of produce, spices, and culinary techniques to Rome's tables. Guests at a convivium might sample delicacies from distant provinces, such as silphium from Cyrenaica, a now extinct plant prized for its pungent flavor and medicinal properties. Imported spices like cumin, coriander, and saffron added exotic notes that delighted the palate and signaled the host's far-reaching connections. The use of herbs was masterful. Fresh rosemary, thyme, mint, and dill-flavored meats and sauces, while dried spices like pepper and cinnamon provided warmth and complexity. The blending of these elements created dishes that were layered with taste and texture, appealing to the sophisticated Roman palate. Central to the feast was the notion of varietas, the appreciation of variety and surprise. Hosts carefully curated menus to balance flavors, sweet with sour, rich with light, familiar with novel. Each course was designed to prepare guests for the next, creating a journey of taste that kept senses alert and conversations flowing. Meat was often served in multiple forms. Roasted joints showcased culinary skill, with crackling skin and tender flesh seasoned to perfection. Sausages and meat patties offered more casual bites, while stuffed dishes such as birds, filled with minced meats and herbs, displayed opulence. Fish and seafood held a special place. Fresh catches were prized for their delicate flavors, often enhanced with rich sauces made from olive oil, vinegar, and fermented fish sauce. The combination of freshness and seasoning exemplified Roman mastery of both land and sea fare. Vegetables and legumes provided balance. Asparagus spears dipped in olive oil, boiled artichokes sprinkled with herbs, and broad beans stewed with onions and garlic offered freshness and earthiness amid heavier dishes. The culinary landscape of Roman secret parties was a reflection of the empire's diversity and its elite's cosmopolitanism. It demonstrated a command of ingredients and techniques that drew from Greek, Etruscan, and Mediterranean traditions, adapting and innovating to suit Roman tastes. Wine was the lifeblood of the convivium, flowing generously and symbolizing hospitality and fellowship. Romans were connoisseurs, with vineyards scattered throughout the empire producing wines of varied character, some robust and earthy, others light and floral. Falernian wine, renowned for its strength and aroma, was a favorite. Cacubon wine, treasured by emperors, was known for its sweetness and depth. Each variety was selected to complement the meal or the occasion. Roman wine was rarely consumed undiluted. It was mixed with water, sometimes chilled, and often infused with honey, spices, or herbs. These mixtures created complex flavors and balanced the wine's potency, facilitating hours of convivial drinking without overwhelming the senses. Drinking was a social act, rich with ritual. The convivium included toasts honoring the host, the gods, or particular guests. Cups were passed around, and the order of drinking reflected social hierarchies. The act of sharing wine symbolized trust and community. The wine's effect was enhanced by the company and the ambience. As music and conversation wove through the rooms, the guests' inhibitions softened, allowing for more candid exchanges and emotional expression. Beyond sustenance, food and drink were expressions of generosity. A host's ability to provide an abundant and diverse feast was a demonstration of wealth and cultural refinement. It signaled to guests that they were valued and respected. The presentation of dishes was an art. Elaborate platters displayed fruits, carved into intricate shapescapes, twisted into garlands, apples sculpted into flowers. Sauces were poured with ceremony, their colors and aromas enhancing the visual and gustatory appeal. Some hosts incorporated theatrical elements into the meal. Dishes might arrive accompanied by music or poetry, or be unveiled with dramatic flair. This fusion of culinary and performative arts elevated the banquet beyond mere consumption. Sweet courses were not an afterthought, but a highlight. Honey, a prized sweetener, was used in cakes, pastries, and preserved fruits. Dates, figs, and nuts were served fresh or candied, providing a satisfying conclusion to the meal. These sweet delicacies were often paired with desert wines or infused liquors, rounding out the sensory experience. The role of slaves and specialized cooks was indispensable. Trained chefs prepared the dishes with precision, balancing flavors and textures to delight the guests. Servants orchestrated the meal's flow, ensuring that food and wine arrived at the perfect moment. The meticulous coordination behind the scenes was essential for maintaining the illusion of effortless luxury that guests expected. In the intimate environment of a convivium, food and drink became mediums for connection. Sharing a meal was an act of fellowship, a means of building trust and deepening relationships. The sensory pleasures of the feast created memories and forged bonds that extended beyond the evening. In sum, the foods and drinks served at Roman secret parties were more than indulgences. They were cultural expressions, social lubricants, and powerful symbols. They showcased the empire's wealth and diversity, the host's generosity, and the guest's refinement. As the last course was cleared and cups were raised for final toasts, the culinary journey left its mark not only on the body but on the fabric of Roman social life. In the world of ancient Rome, food was never merely about nourishment. It was a language of power, identity, and cultural sophistication. At the secret parties, or convivia, of Rome's elite, every dish and drink was carefully selected and artfully presented to craft an experience that dazzled the senses and reinforced social bonds. The preparation of food for these gatherings was a highly specialized affair. Skilled cooks and kitchen staff labored long hours in elaborate kitchens, using recipes passed down through generations or innovated with new ingredients from across the empire. The kitchens themselves were often equipped with brick ovens, boiling cauldrons, and grills designed to produce a wide range of dishes. Roman culinary texts such as Apicius, Scg Hycocinaria, provide us with insights into the complexity and variety of Roman cuisine. Recipes included multiple steps and exotic ingredients, often combining flavors and textures in ways that would surprise modern palates. Among the appetizers served during the gustatio course were dishes that showcased both simplicity and luxury. Fresh oysters, prized for their briny freshness, were served chilled or lightly cooked with herbs and oil. Pickled vegetables, such as cucumbers and carrots, were common, offering crisp, tangy flavors to stimulate the appetite. One popular dish was moratum, a type of herb cheese spread blended with garlic, vinegar, and olive oil. This savory paste was often enjoyed with freshly baked bread, itself a sign of affluence when made with refined flour. Fruits such as figs and grapes were not just eaten but often prepared with honey and nuts to create sweet, sticky treats. Dates, imported from North Africa, added an exotic touch to the table, their rich sweetness balancing the savory flavors. The main courses were the centerpiece of the feast, featuring roasted and stewed meats that demonstrated the host's wealth and the empire's diversity. Wild boar, with its robust flavor and gamey texture, was a favorite for its association with strength and virility. It was often served whole or carved into intricate portions. Poultry, including peacock and flamingo, was reserved for the most extravagant banquets. These birds were sometimes stuffed with minced meats, herbs, and spices, then roasted to produce a rich, aromatic dish. Their feathers, sometimes presented alongside the meat, added visual spectacle to the serving. Seafood was abundant and varied, reflecting Rome's access to Mediterranean and Atlantic coasts. Fresh fish, such as sea bass and mullet, were grilled or poached, while shellfish like mussels, clams, and oysters were served steamed or in rich sauces. A delicacy called lucanica, a type of sausage, often featured in banquets, made from spiced pork and herbs. Vegetables and legumes complemented the meats. Artichokes, asparagus, leeks, and cabbage were commonly served, often drizzled with olive oil or mixed with garum sauce. Lentils and chickpeas were also popular, prepared with herbs and sometimes combined with meats. The use of garum, a fermented fish sauce, was quintessentially Roman. Its pungent aroma and complex umami flavor made it a key ingredient, enhancing dishes from fish to vegetables and even fruits. Wine consumption at these gatherings was both a social ritual and a gastronomic delight. Roman wines varied widely in flavor and quality, with some vintages gaining legendary status. Falernian wine, for instance, was known for its strength and bouquet, often aged for years before consumption. Wines were typically diluted with water to moderate alcohol content, sometimes flavored with honey, spices, or herbs. This practice reflected a sophisticated understanding of taste and social etiquette. Drinking wine was ceremonial. Toasts marked important moments during the feast, honoring the gods, celebrating friendships, or acknowledging political alliances. The passing of the cup, or poculum, was a gesture of trust and inclusion. The presentation of food was a visual feast. Hosts often arranged dishes on ornate platters, sometimes decorated with gold or silver, adding to the spectacle. Fruits might be carved into shapes resembling animals or flowers, while sauces were poured with flourish, creating vibrant patterns on plates. The sensory experience extended beyond taste and sight. Aromas of roasting meats, fragrant herbs, and sweet honey mingled in the air, enveloping guests in a heady atmosphere. The textures, crisp fried foods, tender meats, creamy cheeses engaged the palate fully. Conversation at the table was lively, often punctuated by toasts, debates, and poetry recitations. Food served as a catalyst for social bonding, with guests sharing stories and opinions over shared plates. Servants played an essential role in maintaining the flow of the meal. They anticipated guests' needs, refilled wine cups, and discreetly cleared empty dishes. Their presence was constant yet unobtrusive, a testament to the importance of service in creating a seamless experience. Music and entertainment were woven into the dining experience. Musicians played gentle melodies during the meal, with dancers or actors performing between courses. The integration of food, drink, and art made the convivium a holistic celebration. The lavishness of the food and drink served was also a political statement. By displaying exotic ingredients and complex preparations, hosts showcased their wealth and influence, signaling their power and prestige within Roman society. Moreover, sharing these luxurious meals reinforced social hierarchies and networks. Guests consumed not just food but status each bite, affirming their place within the elite circle. As the meal concluded, Lighter dishes and sweet delicacies like honey cakes, nuts, and preserved fruits were served, allowing guests to savor the evening's pleasures while preparing for continued entertainment or conversation. In sum, the foods and drinks of Roman secret parties were an integral part of the social ritual complex, symbolic, and deeply intertwined with identity and power. They provided the sensory foundation upon which the rest of the evening's delights were built. This culinary journey through Rome's secret gatherings reveals a civilization that celebrated the pleasures of life while carefully negotiating the boundaries of public and private power and intimacy. Roman secret parties were as much about the celebration of life's pleasures as they were about the subtle assertion of status and power. In these private gatherings, food and drink were transformed into instruments of social expression and cultural identity. One cannot speak of Roman cuisine without acknowledging the vast geographic reach of the empire. The convivium was an opportunity to bring together ingredients from the far corners of this expansive territory, turning the banquet into a journey of the senses across lands and seas. Exotic spices were highly prized, not merely for their flavor but for their symbolism. Pepper, imported from India, was among the most coveted spices, commanding high prices and serving as a sign of luxury. Cumin, coriander, saffron, and cinnamon added layers of complexity to Roman dishes, highlighting the host's access to trade routes. The lavish use of these spices demonstrated not only culinary sophistication, but also the host's wealth and connections. To serve pepper or saffron was to remind guests of Rome's dominion and the host's place within that imperial network. The Romans' appreciation for diverse flavors led to inventive dishes. The use of sweet and savory combinations was common. Meats glazed with honey, fruits cooked with spices, and sauces blending sour and sweet notes. This culinary creativity delighted guests and showcased the cultural melting pot that Rome had become. Wine, the quintessential Roman drink, was more than just a beverage. It was a ritual and a symbol of civilization. Romans took great pride in their viticulture, cultivating vineyards across Italy and the provinces. The best wines were aged carefully, their qualities enhanced by time. Falernian wine was often reserved for the most prestigious occasions, reputed for its strength and flavor. Cacubon wine, another celebrated variety, was treasured for its sweetness and aroma. These wines were served with ceremony, their consumption accompanied by speeches and toasts that reinforced bonds. Roman wine was typically diluted with water, a practice reflecting both taste preferences and social customs. Mixing wine with seawater, honey, or herbs was not uncommon, creating unique flavors and textures. The ritual of drinking was highly formalized. Cups were passed with precision, and the timing of toasts was coordinated to honor guests, gods, or shared values. Drinking was an act of communion, fostering trust and unity among participants. Food presentation was a visual art. Hosts commissioned artisans to carve fruits into delicate shapes, roses, animals, or mythological figures. Platters were arranged with attention to color, symmetry, and thematic coherence, turning each course into a feast for the eyes as well as the palate. The feast's progression was deliberate, guiding guests through a sequence of tastes and experiences. Appetizers awakened the senses, mains satisfied hunger and awe, and desserts soothed and delighted as the evening wound down. The use of fresh herbs and aromatic oils perfumed the air, enhancing the sensory environment. The scents of rosemary, thyme, and lavender mingled with roasting meats and spiced sauces, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Amidst this sensory extravaganza, conversation and entertainment flowed seamlessly. Poets might recite verses celebrating the gods or the empire, while musicians provided accompaniment that ranged from soft melodies to lively dances in somme convivium. Interactive performances invited guests to participate, blurring the lines between observer and actor. These moments of shared experience strengthened social bonds and heightened the evening's memorability. Servants and slaves operated with practiced efficiency, ensuring that food and drink were served promptly and discreetly. Their labor was vital to maintaining the illusion of effortless grandeur. The feast was as much about sharing as it was about consumption. Passing dishes, offering wine, and toasting created a sense of community and equality among those privileged to attend. Yet, this community was exclusive. Invitations were carefully controlled, and attendance was a mark of social standing. The ability to provide and partake in such sumptuous meals reinforced hierarchies and fostered loyalty. As the banquet drew to a close, lighter fare and sweet delicacies were served. Honey cakes, figs stuffed with nuts, and pastries glazed with syrup offered a gentle sweetness to conclude the meal. Digestives, herbal infusions, and light wines were consumed to aid digestion and prolong conviviality. These final touches underscored the Romans' holistic approach to dining, blending pleasure with wellness. In reflecting on the foods and drinks of Roman secret parties, we see a culture that embraced the richness of life's pleasures while navigating the complexities of social order. The banquet was a microcosm of the empire itself, diverse, sophisticated, and deeply ritualized. This exploration reveals not only the culinary delights, but also the social and cultural meanings embedded in every bite and sip. The convivium was a space where taste met tradition, where food was a language of power and friendship, and where the senses were both entertained and educated. As we prepare to journey into the entertainments that enlivened these gatherings, the music, poetry, dances, and performances that completed the Roman secret party experience, we carry with us an appreciation for the feast as both sustenance and spectacle. In the world of Roman secret parties, the feast was only one element of a grander celebration. The evening's true magic came alive through a vibrant tapestry of entertainment. Carefully curated spectacles that delighted the senses, sparked conversation, and deepened social bonds. Music, poetry, theatrical performances, and dance all played essential roles in transforming these gatherings from mere banquets into unforgettable cultural experiences. The Romans believed that good entertainment was indispensable to the success of a convivium. The host's ability to offer stimulating diversions reflected not only their wealth, but also their cultural sophistication and generosity. Guests expected an array of performances that engaged mind and body, invoking laughter, awe, and emotional resonance. Music was the heartbeat of these festivities. Skilled musicians played a variety of instruments, from the delicate lyre and the haunting flute to the rhythmic tambourine and lively percussion. These melodies set the tone, accompanying conversations and meals with harmonies that ranged from soothing to exhilarating. Often, music was tailored to the flow of the evening. Gentle strains of lyre might accompany the appetizer course, encouraging relaxed conversation. As the feast progressed, livelier tunes inspired animated discussions or dancing, while soft refrains accompanied the transition to more intimate moments. Beyond instrumental music, vocal performances enriched the experience. Skilled singers, soloists, or choruses enter, guests with songs that ranged from epic tales to popular ballads. These vocalists might recount stories of gods and heroes, or delight with humorous or romantic verses. Poetry held a special place in Roman culture, blending literary art with performance. Recitations were often highlights of convivia, with poets delivering carefully composed verses that could inspire, amuse, or provoke thought. Guests themselves might engage in poetic exchanges, showcasing wit and erudition. The themes of poetry varied widely. Some verses celebrated the virtues of friendship, love, or bravery, while others offered satirical commentary on politics and society. The art of poetic improvisation was also prized, with performers responding spontaneously to the audience's mood and reactions. The theatrical arts brought drama and spectacle to the secret parties. Small-scale performances, sometimes staged, within the domos or garden, featured actors enacting scenes from popular plays, myths, or comedies. These performances entertained and provoked discussion, adding layers of meaning to the evening. Roman theatrical performances were varied. Some drew from Greek traditions, adapting classic tragedies or comedies for Roman tastes. Others featured mime, act silent, expressive performances that combined humor and pathos. These mimes were often bawdy and irreverent, providing a contrast to the more formal poetry and music. Dance was an integral part of the entertainment, combining artistry with social interaction. Dancers, often accompanied by musicians, performed choreographed routines that ranged from graceful and solemn to lively and exuberant. Dance allowed guests to engage physically with the celebration, sometimes joining in as partners or observers. Certain dances held symbolic meaning, invoking religious rites or seasonal celebrations. Others were purely for pleasure, showcasing the skill and agility of the performers. The presence of dancers added a dynamic visual element to the party, enlivening the atmosphere and captivating the audience. The convivium might also include more unusual spectacles, acrobats, jugglers, or storytellers who captivated with feats of skill or narrative prowess. These acts broke the rhythm of the evening, providing moments of surprise and delight. Some secret parties incorporated interactive games or contests, where guests competed in wit, strength, or creativity. These activities fostered camaraderie and playful rivalry, reinforcing social bonds within the elite circle. The careful sequencing of entertainment was a hallmark of Roman hosting. The evening progressed through phases: introduction, feast, diversion, relaxation, each accompanied by appropriate performances. This orchestration ensured that guests remained engaged and that the atmosphere evolved organically. Servants and specialized entertainers worked in concert to manage transitions and maintain the flow. The seamless integration of dining and diversion reflected the Romans' mastery of social artistry. The choice of entertainment also conveyed messages. A host's preference for certain poets, musicians, or plays revealed political affiliations, cultural tastes, or personal values. Guests interpreted these choices, responding with approval, critique, or conversation. Women's roles in entertainment varied. While some were spectators, others participated actively as musicians, dancers, or performers. Educated companions, known as hetairai, often contributed to the artistic and intellectual ambience, engaging guests with their talents and conversation. The fusion of entertainment forms created a multi-sensory experience. Music intertwined with poetry, dance complemented theatrical scenes, and feasting set the rhythm. This blend immersed guests in a world of beauty and excitement. The entertainment at Roman secret parties was more than diversion. It was a vital social language, expressing identity, values, and alliances. It allowed elites to display refinement, cultivate relationships, and celebrate life's pleasures in a setting that balanced order with freedom. As the evening wore on, the performances might shift to more intimate or provocative forms, songs of love, witty dialogues, or even risk acts reflecting the guests' relaxed inhibitions and the gathering's private nature. In some, the entertainments of the convivium were carefully crafted to enchant, challenge, and connect. They transformed food and drink into cultural rituals, reinforcing the bonds that held Roman society's elite together. With this understanding of music, poetry, theater, and dance as central to Roman secret parties, we prepare to explore the intricate social dynamics and political significance that these gatherings embodied. As the flickering glow of oil lamps cast dancing shadows upon the frescoed walls of the Domos, the stage was set for the evening's entertainment, vital and highly anticipated component of the Roman convivium. These gatherings were as much cultural showcases as they were social forums, with the evening's performances meticulously designed to captivate and engage every guest. Music, in its many forms, was the lifeblood of Roman banquets. The lyra, a stringed instrument resembling a small harp, was favored for its delicate, melodious tones. Skilled musicians plucked its strings with deft fingers, weaving gentle harmonies that filled the space without overpowering conversation. Alongside the lyra, flutes crafted from bone or reed added breathy, expressive notes, while the tibia, a double-reeded pipe, lent a richer, more resonant sound. Percussion instruments, tambourines, cymbals, and small drums provided rhythm and vitality. Their steady beats could lift the mood, inspiring guests to sway or applaud, or they could soften into subtle pulses that underscored more reflective moments. Musicians were often positioned in alcoves, or on small elevated platforms, their presence integral yet unobtrusive. Their role was not just to entertain but to shape the evening's emotional landscape, adapting tempo and style to the flow of the feast and the guests' reactions. Vocal performances added another dimension. Singers, either solo or in ensembles, performed a repertoire ranging from epic tales of gods and heroes to popular folk songs and love ballads. Their voices, trained and expressive, carried stories that resonated with the guests' own experiences and ideals. The art of poetry recitation was a cherished tradition in Roman culture. Poets, some famous, others local favorites, brought their works to life with dramatic inflection and passionate delivery. Their verses explored themes of love, friendship, war, and mortality, inviting reflection and sparking conversation. Guests themselves might participate, improvising verses or engaging in playful poetic contests. This interactive element fostered camaraderie and allowed individuals to display wit and erudition. The theatrical performances at secret parties ranged from carefully staged scenes to lively improvisations, drawing from a rich tradition inherited from the Greeks and adapted to Roman tastes. Plays were often performed in intimate settings, allowing guests to appreciate both the artistry and the subtle social commentary. Comedy was particularly popular, with actors donning masks and costumes to portray exaggerated characters, tricksters, braggarts, lovers, and fools. These performances provided humor and levity, sometimes gently mocking social conventions or political figures. Tragic scenes, though less common at feasts, could provide poignant moments of emotional intensity. These dramas reminded guests of human fragility and the consequences of ambition and folly. Mime and pantomime performances added variety and spectacle. Mimes, often performed by highly skilled entertainers, combined dance, gesture, and facial expression to tell stories without words. Their acts ranged from humorous to sensual, offering a versatile form of entertainment that engaged diverse audiences. Dance was an essential part of the evening's festivities. Professional dancers performed choreographed routines that blended grace, athleticism, and storytelling. Their movements evoked emotions, joy, sorrow, passion, and captivated guests visually and emotionally. In some gatherings, guests were invited to join in dances or games, breaking down social barriers and encouraging playful interaction. These moments of shared movement strengthened bonds and created lasting memories. Specialized entertainers, acrobats, jugglers, and magicians sometimes appeared, showcasing feats of skill and daring that amazed and delighted. These spectacles added excitement and surprise, breaking the rhythm of the evening and re-energizing the crowd. The choice of entertainment was carefully tailored to the guests and occasion. Political gatherings might emphasize poetry and oratory, while celebrations favored music and dance. The host's personal tastes and social ambitions shaped the program, reflecting their identity and priorities. Women's roles in entertainment were complex. While many secret parties were male-dominated, educated and talented women, known as hetairai, often contributed as musicians, singers, dancers, or conversationalists. Their presence added cultural depth and emotional nuance to the gatherings. The seamless integration of food, drink, and entertainment transformed the convivium into a multisensory experience. Guests were enveloped in a world of sights, sounds, tastes, and emotions that transcended ordinary social interactions. This orchestrated blend created a temporary world where the stresses of public life faded, replaced by shared pleasure and intellectual stimulation. Roman secret parties were therefore more than indulgent celebrations. They were social rituals that reinforced identity, fostered alliances, and celebrated the cultural achievements of a civilization. As the night deepened, performances might grow more intimate or risk, reflecting the trust and relaxation among guests. Songs of love and longing, witty dialogues, or sensual dances blurred the lines between art and life. Through these entertainments, the convivium became a space where public roles were suspended and private selves revealed, however brief. Authenticity and connection. In sum, the entertainment at Roman secret parties was a vital element of elite social life, weaving together artistry, politics, and pleasure in a rich cultural tapestry. With this understanding of the diverse performances that enlivened the convivium, we are poised to explore how these gatherings also functioned as stages for power, status, and political maneuvering. Entertainment at Roman secret parties was not merely a backdrop for socializing, it was the very heart of the event, meticulously designed to engage, delight, and influence. These performances transformed the evening from a simple feast into a living tableau of culture, power, and human connection. Music was a constant companion throughout the night. The Roman elite prized musicians skilled in both traditional melodies and improvisational flair. The lyre's delicate plucking created an atmosphere of calm reflection during quieter moments, while the energetic rhythms of tambourines and drums spurred guests into lively dance and celebration. The selection of musical pieces was thoughtfully tailored to the mood and progression of the party. During the opening courses, soft, harmonious tunes encouraged conversation and mingling. As the feast advanced, the music grew more dynamic, matching the rising energy and enthusiasm of the gathering. Vocal performances added emotional depth. Soloists and choirs sang ancient hymns, love ballads, or humorous ditties. The human voice conveyed a range of feelings from joy to melancholy that instrumental music alone could not capture. Poetry, deeply revered in Roman society, was a centerpiece of many convivia. Poets, sometimes commissioned for the occasion, recited their works with passionate expression. These verses celebrated Roman virtues, recounted heroic tales, or offered witty commentary on contemporary events. Guests often joined in the poetic exchange, crafting impromptu verses or engaging in spirited debates. This intellectual interplay showcased the erudition and wit prized among Rome's elite. Theater performances, adapted from Greek traditions and uniquely Roman in flavor, captivated audiences with their blend of humor, drama, and spectacle. Plays performed during convivia ranged from short comedic sketches to mythological reenactments. Actors wore elaborate costumes and masks, employing exaggerated gestures to convey emotion. The small scale of private performances allowed for close interaction between performers and audience, creating an intimate and immersive experience. Mimes and pantomimes were particularly popular. These silent performances combined dance and acting to tell stories that were often humorous, satirical, or sensuous. Their flexibility and expressiveness made them favorites at secret parties. Dance itself was both art and social ritual. Professional dancers executed choreographed routines that varied from elegant, slow movements to vigorous, rhythmic displays. Guests sometimes participated, breaking down social barriers and fostering camaraderie. Entertainment extended beyond music and performance. Some gatherings featured acrobats who amazed with feats of strength and agility. Jugglers, fire eaters, and magicians added excitement and wonder, captivating guests with their skills. Theatrical storytelling was another engaging form. Skilled narrators recounted legends, historical events, or humorous anecdotes, their voices modulating to draw listeners into the tale. The role of women in entertainment was complex and multifaceted. While women of status often observed, some particularly hittery were celebrated performers, adept at music, poetry, and dance. Their presence enriched the cultural atmosphere and provided companionship. These performances were not random, but carefully orchestrated to align with the evening's flow. Hosts timed entertainment to complement dining courses, shifting between lively and contemplative moods. This orchestration kept guests engaged, stimulated, and entertained throughout the night. The integration of entertainment with food and drink created a holistic sensory experience. The interplay of sights, sounds, tastes, and social interaction wove a rich tapestry that defined the convivium. Beyond enjoyment, these entertainments reinforced social hierarchies and political alliances. Patronage of artists and performers was a mark of prestige, and the ability to host captivating spectacles enhanced a person's reputation. In the private sphere of the convivium, social and political roles were both performed and negotiated. Entertainment was a language of influence through appreciation, critique, and participation. Guests navigated complex social terrain. As the night progressed, entertainment might grow more intimate or provocative. Songs of love and loss, comedic skits with risk humor, and sensual dances blurred the lines between art and personal expression. These moments of shared vulnerability deepened bonds among guests, fostering trust and solidarity within the elite circle. Ultimately, the entertainments of Roman secret parties reveal a civilization that celebrated art, intellect, and pleasure as essential to social life. They remind us that beyond politics and power, human connection and creativity were treasured. With this rich understanding of entertainment's role, we are prepared to explore how convivia served as arenas of political and social influence, where power was both displayed and contested. Entertainment at Roman secret Parties was a vibrant and essential part of the convivium, transforming these gatherings from mere meals into immersive cultural experiences. In the private confines of luxurious domus and sprawling villas, entertainment was woven into every moment, designed to captivate guests, stimulate minds, and deepen social bonds. At the heart of the evening was musica, language that transcended words and united listeners in shared emotion. Musicians played an array of instruments, each chosen to suit the mood and rhythm of the feast. The gentle plucking of the lyra provided delicate melodies that floated through the air during moments of quiet conversation, while the haunting sound of the tibia, a double-reeded pipe, lent a poignant and sometimes melancholic tone. Percussion instruments, tambourines, cymbals, and hand drums infused the atmosphere with rhythm and energy. These were often used to accompany dances or punctuate dramatic moments in poetry or theatrical performances. Vocal music held a special place. Skilled singers performed solos and ensembles, weaving stories through song. Their repertoire ranged from epic narratives of gods and heroes to playful and sensual ballads. Their voices, trained for expression and emotion, drew listeners into tales both familiar and new. Music was not merely background, it shaped the ebb and flow of the evening. Soft melodies invited reflection during meals. Lively tunes encouraged dancing and revelry, and solemn airs underscored moments of philosophical discourse. Poetry readings were another cornerstone of Roman entertainment. Poets recited their works with dramatic flair, bringing verses to life with intonation, gesture, and passion. Their poetry celebrated Roman virtues, valor, honor, friendship, but also explored love, loss, and the human condition. Guests often engaged with poetry actively, responding with applause, critique, or their own verses. Such exchanges were demonstrations of wit and learning, prized qualities in Roman elite society. Theatrical performances ranged from scripted plays to improvisational mimes, drawing on Greek influences. Roman theater adapted tragedies and comedies for private consumption. These intimate performances allowed actors to interact closely with the audience, creating immersive experiences. Comedy was especially popular, featuring stock characters like the clever slave, the boastful soldier, or the cunning courtesan. These plays entertained while offering social commentary, sometimes gently mocking the foibles of aristocrats or politicians. Mimes and pantomimes added variety and excitement. These wordless performances combined dance, acting, and music to tell stories ranging from humorous sketches to romantic or mythological dramas. Their expressive power captivated guests, breaking the monotony and adding theatrical flair. Dance itself was a visual spectacle and a social ritual. Professional dancers performed elaborate routines, blending grace with athleticism. Their movements told stories and evoked emotions, captivating audiences and encouraging participation. Guests were sometimes invited to join dances, breaking down formal barriers and fostering communal joy. Such moments of shared movement strengthened social cohesion and created lasting memories. In addition to formal performances, secret parties often featured a variety of other entertainments. Acrobats amazed with daring feats, jugglers dazzled with skill, and magicians captivated with illusions. These acts brought excitement and wonder, refreshing the atmosphere and engaging all ages. Storytelling was another cherished art. Skilled narrators wove tales of gods, heroes, and historical exploits, their voices modulating to convey suspense, humor, or tragedy. These narratives connected guests to Rome's rich cultural heritage and provided common ground for conversation. The role of women in entertainment was multifaceted. While many secret parties were male-dominated, women of status often participated as musicians, poets, or dancers. Educated companions known as hetairai enriched gatherings with their artistry and conversation. Bridging the worlds of pleasure and intellect, the sequencing and integration of entertainment were carefully planned. The evening flowed from dining to music, from poetry to theater, and finally to dancing and games. This orchestration ensured continuous engagement and a balance of energy and relaxation. Servants and entertainers collaborated seamlessly, facilitating transitions and maintaining atmosphere. Their discretion and professionalism were crucial to the convivium's success. Entertainment also functioned as a social language. The choice of performances reflected the host's cultural values and political affiliations, signaling messages to guests and asserting identity. Through applause, critique, and participation, guests navigated complex social dynamics, reinforcing alliances and negotiating status. As the night wore on, entertainments might become more intimate or daring. Songs of love and loss, witty banter, and sensual dances allowed guests to relax social strictures and reveal private selves. These moments deepened trust and camaraderie within the elite circle, fostering bonds that extended beyond the party. In essence, entertainment at Roman secret parties was a vital, living art that celebrated human creativity, connection, and culture. It transformed social gatherings into memorable, meaningful experiences. With this rich understanding of Roman entertainments, we are ready to explore the critical role these gatherings played in the politics and social hierarchies of the time. The world of Roman secret parties was a realm where artistry and spectacle merged to create unforgettable evenings. Entertainment at these gatherings was not incidental. It was integral, woven into the fabric of the convivium, shaping the mood, reinforcing social bonds, and expressing the host's cultural and political stature. Music was often the heartbeat of the evening, setting the rhythm for conversation, feasting, and festivities. Skilled musicians played a range of instruments, each chosen to evoke particular emotions and complement the unfolding event. The lyra offered gentle, lyrical melodies that soothed and charmed. The tibia double-reeded pipe produced richer, haunting tones that could inspire reflection or longing. Percussion instruments, including tambourines, castanets, and small drums, added rhythm and energy. Their beats accompanied dances and heightened moments of excitement. Musicians were adept at reading the room, shifting styles and tempos to maintain engagement and harmony. Vocal performances enhanced the auditory landscape. Soloists and choirs sang a diverse repertoire, from stirring hymns to the gods, to amorous ballads, to playful folk songs. These songs connected guests to shared cultural narratives and stirred collective emotion. Poetry held a revered place in Roman entertainment, often serving as both art and social currency. Poets recited epic tales of heroism and tragedy, reflective meditations on life and death, or sharp satires on society's foibles. Their performances were dramatic, employing voice and gesture to captivate audiences. Guests sometimes joined in, improvising verses or engaging in spirited poetic duels. Such exchanges were demonstrations of wit and intellect, qualities highly prized in Roman elite circles. Theater performances were popular and versatile. Drawing from a rich Greek heritage, Roman plays adapted tragedy and comedy for intimate audiences. Actors wore masks and costumes, using exaggerated expressions and physicality to convey emotion and humor. Comedies, often bawdy and satirical, provided laughter and critique of social norms and politics. Tragedies evoked empathy and contemplation, reminding guests of the fragility and passion of human existence. Mime and pantomime performances added variety and spectacle. Mimes, skilled in silent storytelling through gesture and expression, often enacted humorous or risk scenes. Pantomimes combined dance and narrative, captivating audiences with elaborate and expressive routines. Dance was both entertainment and social ritual. Professional dancers performed choreographed pieces that ranged from solemn to exuberant. Their movements told stories, evoked emotions, and added a visual spectacle that enriched the evening. Guests sometimes participated in dance, breaking social barriers and fostering communal joy. These shared moments of movement enhanced group cohesion and created enduring memories. Additional entertainments included acrobats, jugglers, magicians, and storytellers. These acts amazed and delighted, providing contrast and refreshment within the evening's flow. Storytelling was a cherished art form, with narrators weaving tales of mythology, history, and humor. Their voices modulated to evoke suspense, laughter, or sorrow, drawing listeners into immersive narratives. Women's participation in entertainment was complex. While many parties were male-dominated, educated and talented women, particularly hitherly, performed as musicians, poets, dancers, and conversationalists. Their presence added depth and nuance to the cultural ambience. The sequencing of entertainment was a hallmark of Roman hospitality. Hosts orchestrated the evening carefully, balancing energy and calm, spectacle and intimacy, to maintain engagement. Servants and entertainers worked in harmony to facilitate smooth transitions and preserve atmosphere. Their skill and discretion were essential to the convivium's success. Entertainment also functioned as a social language. The selection and style of performances conveyed political affiliations, cultural tastes, and personal values. Guests interpreted these cues, shaping social dynamics through response and participation. As the night deepened, performances could become more intimate, or provocative songs of passion, witty banter, or sensual dances, reflecting the trust and relaxation among guests. These moments fostered vulnerability and connection, strengthening bonds within the elite. In essence, entertainment at Roman secret parties was a vibrant living art that celebrated creativity, sociality, and culture, transforming gatherings into memorable and meaningful experiences. Having explored the rich tapestry of entertainments that enlivened these secret gatherings, we are poised to examine how convivia also functioned as arenas of social status and political maneuvering, where power was both displayed and contested. The art of entertainment at Roman secret parties was a delicate balance between cultural refinement, social strategy, and pure delight. Within the sumptuous settings of the domus, or the serene villas, every performance was carefully chosen and expertly delivered to captivate an elite audience, to inspire conversation, and to subtly affirm the social hierarchy. At the core of this experience was music. Roman musicians were highly trained artists who mastered a variety of instruments. The lyra, with its ethereal strings, was favored for its ability to evoke both joy and melancholy. Its delicate tones often accompanied poetry, recitations, or quieter moments of reflection. Complementing the lyre was the tibia, a double-piped reed instrument whose rich and sometimes plaintive sound added depth to the musical landscape. Flutes, fistula, produced clear, haunting melodies that could either soothe or energize the gathering. Percussion instruments played an essential role in adding rhythm and excitement. Small drums, cymbals, and tambourines punctuated the music, inviting guests to clap or dance along. The steady beat of these instruments could transform a quiet meal into a lively celebration. Musicians were positioned thoughtfully within the space, sometimes in niches or elevated areas, so their music enveloped the room without overwhelming conversation. Their repertoire was adaptable, flowing with the mood and energy of the party. Vocal music enriched the sensory experience. Soloists and choirs performed songs ranging from solemn hymns honoring the gods to playful love ballads or satirical tunes. Their voices conveyed emotion and narrative, drawing guests into the evening's stories. Poetry was highly esteemed in Roman culture, and secret parties often featured recitations by renowned or aspiring poets. These performances were more than entertainment. They were intellectual engagements that reflected the host's cultural sophistication. Poets recited epic tales, philosophical musings, and biting satires, demonstrating mastery of language and a deep understanding of human nature. Guests sometimes participated in poetic contests, displaying wit and creativity, and fostering lively social interaction. Theatrical performances were an integral part of many convivia. Romans adapted Greek dramas and comedies, presenting them in intimate settings that allowed close interaction between actors and audience. Comedies, with their stock characters and humorous plots, entertained with sharp social commentary and light-hearted fun. Tragedies explored human passions and moral dilemmas, eliciting empathy and reflection. Actors wore elaborate masks and costumes, employing exaggerated gestures and voices to convey emotion. The intimacy of these performances enhanced their impact, drawing guests into the narrative. Mime and pantomime were especially popular at secret parties. Mimes, skilled in silent expression, performed comedic or risk sketches that delighted and amused. Pantomimes combined dance and acting, telling complex stories without words. Dance was both a performance art and a social activity. Professional dancers executed choreographed routines that ranged from elegant and solemn to exuberant and playful. Their movements conveyed emotion and narrative, captivating the audience. Guests sometimes joined the dancers, engaging in social dances that broke down formal barriers and encouraged joyful participation. These moments of shared movement reinforced social bonds. Additional entertainments included acrobats who amazed with feats of agility and strength, jugglers who dazzled with dexterity, and magicians who mystified with illusions. These spectacles provided excitement and variety, refreshing the evening. Storytelling was a cherished tradition, with narrators recounting myths, historical events, and humorous tales. Their expressive delivery captured the imagination and invited guests into Rome's rich cultural heritage. Women's participation in entertainment was nuanced. While many parties were male-centric, women of education and talent especially hit a ride performed as musicians, dancers, poets, and conversationalists. Their presence added emotional depth and intellectual engagement. The evening's entertainment was carefully sequenced to maintain engagement and balance. Hosts orchestrated the flow to alternate between lively and contemplative, visual and auditory, formal and spontaneous moments. Servants and entertainers coordinated seamlessly to manage transitions, ensuring the atmosphere remained vibrant and cohesive. Entertainment was also a form of social signaling. The choice of performances reflected the host's values, political affiliations, and cultural aspirations. Guests interpreted these choices, engaging in social dialogue beyond words. As the night progressed, entertainments could become more intimate or provocative songs of passion, witty exchanges, and sensual dances that reflected trust and relaxation. These moments fostered deeper connection and loyalty among guests, strengthening the elite's social network. In sum, the entertainments at Roman secret parties were rich, varied, and deeply meaningful, transforming these gatherings into living expressions of culture, identity, and power. Having thoroughly explored the vibrant entertainments of the convivium, we are prepared to examine the pivotal role these gatherings played in the social and political life of Rome. In the private sanctuaries of Roman secret parties, entertainment was much more than a pastime. It was an essential expression of cultural identity, social hierarchy, and political maneuvering. These gatherings were crafted with meticulous care, blending artistry, intellect, and pleasure to create an experience that was both refined and raucous, solemn and spirited. Music, the pulse of the convivium, encompassed a broad spectrum of sounds and styles. The lyra and cithara, stringed instruments akin to modern harps and lyres, provided delicate melodies that accompanied quiet conversation or poetic recitations. Their gentle tones invited guests into moments of reflection and emotional resonance. The tibia, double-reeded pipe, offered a contrasting timbre, capable of evoking joyous celebration or plaintive sorrow. Flutes fistulae added light, airy notes, weaving through the room's ambience with effortless grace. Percussion instruments, including tambourines, cymbals, and small drums, introduced rhythm and vitality, often accompanying dancers or punctuating dramatic moments. The syncopated beats energized the gathering, inviting participation and enthusiasm. Musicians were masters of mood, adapting their performances to the ebb and flow of the evening. Their skill in blending volume, tempo, and instrumentation created a dynamic soundscape that enhanced every course of the feast and every shift in social interaction. Vocal music further enriched the experience. Soloists and choruses sang ancient hymns, love songs, and humorous ballads. Their voices carried stories and emotions, bridging personal and communal narratives. Poetry recitations were among the most revered entertainments. Poets, whether professional or amateur, captivated audiences with works that spanned epic legends, philosophical musings, and sharp satires. Their delivery, marked by rhythm, gesture, and expression, transformed words into vivid experiences. Guests themselves often contributed, engaging in improvisational verse or poetic debates. These exchanges showcased intellect and creativity, reinforcing social bonds and hierarchy. Theatrical performances were integral to the convivium's cultural tapestry. Romans adapted Greek tragedy and comedy, staging intimate plays that invited close audience engagement. Actors, masked and costumed, portrayed archetypes and stories that entertained and provoked thought. Comedies offered sharp social commentary, mocking human folly and political corruption with humor and wit. Tragedies explored fate, virtue, and loss, drawing guests into shared reflection on the human condition. Mimes and pantomimes brought variety and spectacle, These wordless performances combined dance and acting to tell engaging stories, often imbued with humor and sensuality. Their expressive power captivated guests and enlivened the evening. Dance was both art and social ritual. Professional dancers performed choreographed pieces that conveyed emotion and narrative, while guests sometimes joined in, blurring social distinctions and fostering communal joy. Additional entertainments included acrobats who amazed with daring feats, jugglers who dazzled with precision, and magicians who mystified with illusion. These spectacles provided moments of surprise and wonder, enriching the celebration. Storytelling, too, held a cherished place. Skilled narrators recounted myths, historical anecdotes, and humorous tales with captivating delivery. Their narratives connected guests to Rome's rich cultural heritage and to one another. Women's roles in entertainment were complex. While some gatherings were male-focused, women, particularly educated companions called heteropa, performed as musicians, poets, dancers, and conversationalists, adding cultural depth and emotional nuance. The sequence of entertainments was carefully orchestrated. Hosts balanced lively and contemplative moments, ensuring guests remained engaged, and the atmosphere evolved naturally. Servants and entertainers collaborated seamlessly, facilitating smooth transitions and preserving the evening's rhythm. Entertainment also served as social signaling. Hosts' choices reflected cultural values, political leanings, and personal tastes, while guests' reactions and participation influenced social dynamics. As the night deepened, entertainments might shift toward more intimate or provocative forms. Love songs, witty dialogues, sensual dancers, relaxed inhibitions, and deepening bonds. These shared experiences fostered trust and camaraderie, strengthening the elite's social fabric. Ultimately, the entertainments of Roman secret parties were vibrant, living arts that celebrated creativity, connection, and culture, transforming gatherings into memorable and meaningful events. Having thoroughly explored the multifaceted entertainments that enlivened the convivium, we now prepare to examine how these gatherings also served as vital arenas of social status and political influence. In ancient Rome, the boundaries between social pleasure and political ambition were often indistinct, especially within the exclusive and intimate settings of secret parties or convivia. These gatherings were not mere entertainments, they were critical stages upon which the empire's elite displayed their power, negotiated alliances, and practiced the subtle arts of social maneuvering. Behind the veil of festivity, every gesture, every invitation, and every word was laden with significance. The convivium was a theater of status. To be invited was an honor, a public acknowledgement of one's place within Rome's complex hierarchy. Attendance signaled acceptance into the elite circle, a gateway to influence and opportunity. Hosts wielded their power by curating guest lists, extending invitations with deliberate intent to reinforce bonds, reward loyalty, or subtly exclude rivals. Within these gatherings, status was both displayed and contested. Seating arrangements, for example, were carefully orchestrated to reflect social rank and political alliances. The most honored guests reclined closest to the host, enjoying prime positions from which to engage in conversation and observe others. These spatial cues were understood implicitly, serving as constant reminders of each individual's place in the social order. The lavishness of the feast and the sophistication of entertainment were also expressions of power. A host's ability to provide exotic foods, rare wines, and captivating performances demonstrated wealth and cultural capital, reinforcing prestige. Conversely, guest tastes and responses could enhance or diminish reputations. Political alliances were forged and reinforced through these social rituals. In the privacy of the convivium, politicians and aristocrats negotiated support, exchanged favors, and brokered deals away from the public eye and the scrutiny of the Senate or the Forum. These interactions could determine careers and shape policy. Conversations, often conducted in hushed tones or under the cover of music, allowed for frank discussion of political strategies and ambitions. Trust cultivated over shared meals and entertainment translated into cooperation and influence in the public arena. At times, these parties served as arenas for subtle rivalry and competition. Guests might engage in displays of wit, knowledge, or generosity, seeking to outshine peers and curry favor with the host. The social currency exchanged was as vital as any political agreement. The role of patronage was central. Wealthy patrons used convivia to cultivate clients' individuals, who depended on their support for political advancement or economic security. The banquet was a tool for reinforcing these hierarchical relationships through hospitality and shared experience. Women, too, played complex roles in these political social dynamics. While often excluded from formal political power, women of elite families exerted influence through hosting, networking, and fostering alliances. Their participation in secret parties could shape political landscapes indirectly. Moreover, the secrecy of these gatherings permitted behaviors and discussions that would be inappropriate or dangerous in public. This privacy allowed for candidness, strategic planning, and sometimes intrigue, all conducted within the trusted circle. The performative aspect of these parties extended beyond entertainment into the realm of social identity. Hosts curated their persona through the design of the evented scale, decor, menu, and entertainment, projecting images of power, sophistication, and magnanimity. Guests, in turn, navigated these carefully constructed settings with subtlety, balancing deference with assertion, forging connections while maintaining their own standing. In this complex dance, the convivium was both stage and laboratory, a place where the social fabric of Rome was woven, tested, and transformed. Understanding the political and social significance of these secret parties reveals much about the mechanisms of power in ancient Rome. How influence was built, not only through speeches and laws, but also through the intimacy of shared meals and performances. As we continue to explore this vital aspect of Roman life, we uncover the ways in which pleasure and politics were inextricably linked, shaping the destiny of an empire. In the private confines of Rome's elite homes and villas, the convivium was much more than a sumptuous feast or an evening of entertainment. It was a vital theater where the intricate interplay of social status and political ambition unfolded. These secret parties functioned as stages upon which the empire's most powerful and influential men, and sometimes women, displayed their wealth, navigated alliances, and maneuvered through the subtle currents of Roman power. Invitation to a convivium was itself a significant marker of social standing. Hosts wielded the power to include or exclude, to elevate the fortunes of an ally or marginalize a rival. The carefully curated guest list reflected political intentions as much as personal relationships. To be invited was to be recognized, to be part of the privileged circle where real influence was exercised beyond the formal halls of power. The setting of the party amplified this social signaling. Hosts invested lavishly in the decoration, food, drink, and entertainment, not merely for pleasure but to communicate wealth, taste, and authority. The opulence of the venue was a visual metaphor for the host's stature, while the elegance of the gathering reinforced the exclusivity of the social network. Seating arrangements and proximity to the host were subtle but powerful indicators of favor and rank. The innermost couches, the places of honor, were reserved for those closest to the host's confidence or political agenda. Lesser allies or newcomers found themselves seated further away, their status, visually and physically, marked. These spatial hierarchies were understood implicitly, guiding social interactions and signaling the shifting tides of influence. Guests were acutely aware that their position in the room affected their ability to speak, to be heard, and to forge connections. The atmosphere of the convivium encouraged conversation on topics that were often delicate or strategy, upcoming elections, legal battles, and alliances. Away from the public forums and the scrutiny of the Senate, men could speak more candidly, negotiate, and plan. Such gatherings were crucial for the formation and maintenance of political coalitions. Romans operated within a system of patronage and clientelar networks of reciprocal obligation that underpinned public life. The convivium was a key venue where patrons cultivated clients through hospitality and personal attention. The generosity of the host was not merely social but strategic. Lavish feasts and entertaining performances served to impress and bind guests, fostering loyalty that could be called upon in political contests or economic endeavors. Guests reciprocated by demonstrating their own value through displays of wit, knowledge, military achievements, or financial support. The party was a marketplace of social capital, where favors were exchanged and reputations built. Women, particularly those from influential families, exerted their own forms of power within these gatherings. Although formal political roles were denied to them, their presence and participation shaped the social dynamics profoundly. Elite women acted as hosts, patrons, and mediators, weaving alliances through conversation, introductions, and subtle influence. Educated companions, known as hitari, sometimes played roles as entertainers and conversationalists, bridging the spheres of pleasure and politics. Their talents in music, poetry, and rhetoric made them valued participants in the cultural and social life of the convivium. The secrecy of these gatherings provided a safe space for expressions and discussions that would be inappropriate or dangerous. In public, guests could discuss plots, reveal ambitions, or air grievances in confidence. This privacy was both a blessing and a risk, as the delicate nature of these conversations required trust and discretion. The convivium was also a venue for social competition. Guests vied for the host's favor through displays of generosity, intellectual prowess, or entertainment skill. Such contests could elevate a man's standing or expose weaknesses. Hosts themselves used these events to craft their public personas. By hosting lavish, tasteful parties, they demonstrated their cultural refinement, financial resources, and ability to lead. The convivium was a stage for self-presentation, as much as socialization. Political symbolism permeated the event. The choice of themes in decorations, the selection of poetry and music, and even the sequence of courses could carry messages about loyalty, values, or intentions. For example, recitations praising Rome's founding myths reinforced traditional values, while playful satires might signal dissatisfaction with current politics. Such coded communication allowed hosts and guests to express positions subtly and safely. The convivium also reflected and reinforced the social hierarchies of Rome. Attendance was limited to the elite. Common citizens and lower classes were excluded. This exclusivity maintained the social order and underscored the privileges of the ruling classes. Through shared pleasure and ritual, these parties strengthened bonds within the elite, creating networks of loyalty and obligation that extended into the political arena. The friendships and alliances formed over food and entertainment could determine careers, influence legislation, and shape the fate of the empire. The importance of the convivium in Roman political life cannot be overstated. While public speeches and official decrees were the visible face of power, it was in these intimate gatherings that many of the true decisions and alliances were forged. Thus, the convivium was a microcosm of Roman society, an intersection of culture, power, and personal ambition. It reveals a civilization that understood the profound connection between social ritual and political influence. As the night waned and guests departed, the impressions left by these secret parties lingered. They shaped reputations, solidified alliances, and sometimes shifted the balance of power in Rome's complex political landscape. In understanding the role of social status and politics in Roman secret parties, we gain insight into the mechanisms that sustained the empire's elite and governed its destiny. This exploration sets the stage for our next chapter, where we delve into the subtle emotional dynamics and personal relationships that underpinned these powerful social rituals. The Roman convivium was far more than a simple social occasion. It was a pivotal arena where the boundaries between personal pleasure and political power blurred seamlessly. The elite of Rome's senators, equestrians, military leaders, and influential families used these secret parties as a strategic tool to cultivate influence, cement alliances, and navigate the labyrinthian hierarchies of Roman society. Invitation to a convivium was a precious privilege, a social currency that conferred status and acceptance. Being included in these gatherings meant entering a world where decisions affecting the empire could be influenced in whispered conversations, over shared cups and lavish feasts. The exclusion of rivals or undesired figures sent powerful messages about the shifting tides of favor and power. The host's role was that of a skilled conductor, orchestrating not only food and entertainment, but social dynamics. Crafting the guest list was a political act, selecting allies to honor, potential opponents to monitor, and promising newcomers to evaluate. The The choice of whom to invite, and whom to leave out, was laden with meaning. Seating arrangements were subtle but effective mechanisms of social order and influence. The physical proximity to the host signaled trust and importance. The right hand of the host was a coveted position, affording both prestige and access. Guests sought to negotiate their place, not only through formal etiquette, but through charm, conversation, and subtle maneuvering. The spatial choreography of the convivium allowed for controlled encounters. Strategic placement of guests could encourage alliances, provoke rivalries, or facilitate discreet negotiations. Conversations in corners or secluded alcoves might lay the groundwork for political coalitions or business transactions. In addition to physical positioning, the timing of interactions played a role. Hosts could engineer moments during toasts, transitions between courses, or entertainment interludes to foster or disrupt connections. The ebb and flow of the evening mirrored the fluidity of Roman politics. Within the convivial atmosphere, guests engaged in a complex social dance. Demonstrations of wit, learning, or generosity were means of signaling competence and ambition. A well-timed joke, a clever allusion to literature or history, or a generous offering of praise could elevate one's standing. Conversely, misstep, silences, failed jokes, or inappropriate remarks could result in social marginalization. The convivium was a high-stakes environment where reputation was both made and unmade. Hosts often leveraged their cultural patronage as a form of soft power. By sponsoring poets, musicians, and artists for their parties, they displayed refinement and influence over Rome's cultural life. Such patronage extended their reach and reinforced their image as leaders, not only in politics but also in taste and intellect. Political alliances forged at convivia often transcended the evening. Bonds created through shared experiences of pleasure and trust translated into cooperation in the Senate, support in elections, and alliances in military or economic ventures. The reciprocal nature of Roman patronage was evident in these gatherings. Guests expected favors, protection, or opportunities in return for their participation and loyalty. The convivium was the setting where such implicit contracts were renewed and reinforced. Women, though excluded from formal political power, wielded significant influence within these social circles. Matrons and wives of elites used convivia to host gatherings that shaped social networks, to mediate conflicts, and to advocate for their families' interests. Some women were celebrated for their cultural patronage and intellectual salons, gathering poets and philosophers to discuss ideas and art. Others, as hetairai, combined companionship with artistic talent, serving as confidants and advisors within these exclusive settings. The secrecy of these parties was crucial. Away from the public eye and official venues, guests could speak freely, express dissent, and negotiate without the constraints of formal protocol. This privacy facilitated frank dialogue and strategic planning. Yet, this discretion also bred intrigue and suspicion. Alliances forged in the convivium could be fragile, shifting with the tides of fortune. Rivalries might be played out in subtle social cues or veiled comments. With political consequences, hosts and guests alike were keenly aware of the performative nature of the gathering. Every action, how one spoke, where one sat, how one responded, was scrutinized and interpreted. The convivium was a stage where social masks were worn, ambitions aired, and loyalties tested, but political symbolism permeated the event. Decorations might invoke ancestral virtues or divine favor, reminding guests of shared heritage and common goals. Poetic themes could celebrate Rome's greatness or critique current leaders, sending messages wrapped in artistry. The sharing of food and wine was itself political. Offering rare delicacies or prized vintages was a gesture of generosity and power. How guests accepted or declined these offerings communicated subtle social cues. The convivium was also a site for negotiation, and alliance disputes could be smoothed, promises made, and coalitions formed, all within the convivial atmosphere that lowered barriers and fostered trust. Attendance and participation at these parties could make or break political careers. Successful navigation of the social currents within the convivium was as crucial as skill in the Senate or on the battlefield. The exclusivity of these gatherings maintained social hierarchies. Common citizens and outsiders were barred, preserving the sanctity and power of the elite circle. This separation reinforced social order and highlighted privilege. Over time, the convivium evolved into an indispensable institution of Roman political culture. It was a place where power was displayed through hospitality, alliances cemented through shared experience, and social capital accumulated through artful interaction. Through the lens of these secret parties, we glimpse the complexities of Roman power where public rhetoric and private relationships intertwined, and where pleasure and politics danced a delicate duet. The convivium was the quintessential arena where Roman elites navigated the intricate social web that underpinned the Republic and later the Empire. These secret parties, far from being mere diversions, were essential venues for the cultivation and exercise of power. The very act of hosting or attending such a gathering was a statement, an assertion of one's position within the hierarchy of Rome's ruling class. At the heart of the political significance of the convivium was the practice of patronage, a system of mutual obligation and support that structured Roman social and political life. The host was the patron, providing hospitality, protection, and opportunity to clients, who in turn offered loyalty, services, and political backing. The banquet served as a tangible manifestation of this relationship. Patrons showcased their generosity by hosting lavish feasts and engaging entertainments, signaling their wealth and capacity to support their clients. For clients, attendance was both an honor and an opportunity, a chance to demonstrate loyalty, build networks, and negotiate favors. The convivium allowed patrons to observe their clients in a social context, evaluating character, alliances, and ambitions. These informal assessments could influence future political support or appointments. Similarly, clients gauged their patrons' power and reliability through the quality of hospitality and social connections. Political alliances were often cemented in the convivial setting. Conversations flowed more freely, and the atmosphere of shared pleasure softened formalities. Agreements made at these gatherings, whether explicit or tacit, had significant repercussions in the political arena. Rivalries and conflicts also played out subtly during the feast. Guests used wit, conversation, and social maneuvering to assert dominance, test loyalties, or undermine opponents. The convivium was a stage for power plays disguised as leisure. Seating arrangements reflected and reinforced political alliances. Proximity to the host symbolized favor and influence. Guests jockeyed for prestigious positions, sometimes employing flattery, gift-giving, or strategic alliances to secure them. The symbolic use of space extended beyond seating. Hosts might designate certain rooms or garden areas for specific groups, physically segmenting social and political factions within the gathering. Such divisions could be both inclusive and exclusionary, reinforcing boundaries within the elite. The choice of entertainment also carried political weight. Hosts selected poets, musicians, and performers who aligned with their political views, or who could subtly comment on current affairs. Recitations of heroic epics, or satirical verses, became vehicles for political messaging. Political debates sometimes spilled into the convivium, where guests engaged in spirited yet veiled discussions. The privacy of the setting allowed for frankness absent in public forums, enabling strategizing and alliance building. Women's influence in these gatherings, though informal, was substantial. Matrons of powerful families used convivia to host salons and gatherings where political alliances were nurtured. Their networks and interventions could affect political outcomes. Educated companions, known as hituri, also played roles in facilitating connections, offering intellectual companionship and influencing opinions. Their cultural contributions enriched the gatherings and provided hosts with additional social leverage. The secrecy and exclusivity of convivia created spaces for political maneuvering away from the scrutiny of public institutions. This privacy enabled negotiations, intrigue, and the forging of personal bonds essential to political life. The convivium also functioned as a display of cultural and moral superiority. Hosts emphasized their patronage of the arts, education, and traditional Roman virtues. This projection of identity was a political act, reinforcing legitimacy and authority. The reciprocal nature of these gatherings meant that guests also displayed their own cultural capital through knowledge of literature, rhetoric, philosophy, or military prowess. This exchange reinforced social hierarchies and political networks. Political symbolism permeated the event. The choice of food, decor, and even the timing of the feast could evoke historical or mythological themes relevant to the host's ambitions, or current political climate. For example, hosting a banquet themed around the founding of Rome or the virtues of the Republic served to align the host with traditional Roman values and patriotic sentiment. Moreover, convivia were platforms for public relations. Ambitious individuals hosted or attended these gatherings to cultivate a favorable image, network with influencers, and advance their careers. The elite's investment in these secret parties was thus an investment in their political future. The success of a convivium could enhance reputation, attract allies, and facilitate political advancements. As navigated these social landscapes with careful calculation. Their behavior, speech, and participation in entertainment were scrutinized and interpreted as indicators of loyalty, competence, and ambition. The convivium was a crucible where personal relationships intertwined with political strategy. Friendships, forged in the glow of oil lamps and shared wine, could translate into political support or protection. In this way, the convivium was both a reflection of and a contributor to the complex power dynamics of Rome. It revealed a society where public authority and private influence were deeply interconnected. The legacy of these gatherings is profound. They shaped the fabric of Roman political culture and influenced the development of social rituals in subsequent Western societies. Understanding the role of social status and politics in Roman secret parties provides a window into the mechanics of power, where pleasure, persuasion, and performance intersected to sustain an empire. The convivium was not merely a social pleasure, it was a crucible where the fate of Rome's political elite was often decided in whispered conversations and shared indulgences. In these carefully curated gatherings, power was displayed, alliances were forged, and social hierarchies were both reinforced and contested. At the core of the political significance of these parties was the concept of patronage, an essential institution in Roman society. The host, acting as a patron, demonstrated their ability to provide wealth, influence, and opportunity, while the guests' clients expressed loyalty, support, and service. This reciprocal relationship was publicly displayed and subtly negotiated during the feast. The patron's generosity was a statement of their status and power. Hosting a lavish convivium with exquisite food, exquisite entertainments, and a selective guest list was an assertion of their prominence within Rome's elite. The opulence of the feast was a tangible symbol of the patron's resources and their capacity to reward loyalty. Guests reciprocated by showcasing their own value, whether through wit, military success, financial support, or political connections. Attendees sought to enhance their standing in the eyes of the host and other guests. The convivium provided a rare opportunity for informal assessment and alliance-building. Seating arrangements and spatial dynamics within the party were critical to these social maneuvers. Those seated closest to the host enjoyed increased visibility and influence, while those positioned at the periphery might find themselves marginalized. Guests were keenly aware of these signals and worked to secure advantageous positions. The host might strategically invite potential allies to sit together, fostering new political partnerships. Conversely, rivals might be placed apart, reducing their ability to conspire or challenge the host's authority. Beyond the physical layout, the timing and content of conversations were carefully managed. Hosts and favored guests steered discussions to reinforce shared values, forge consensus, or subtly undermine opponents. Political debates at the convivium were often conducted with a mix of directness and discretion. The privacy of the setting allowed frankness, but social decorum and the presence of potential allies and rivals required tact and subtlety. Poetry and performances could carry political undertones or messages. Satirical verses mocked public figures or policies, while heroic epics glorified the virtues of allies. Hosts used entertainment to signal allegiance or critique adversaries without overt confrontation. Women played nuanced roles in these dynamics. Elite matrons used their positions as hosts and networkers to influence political relationships, often acting as mediators or advocates for their families. Their salons and gatherings provided spaces where political ideas were exchanged and alliances Negotiated, educated companions known as hitiari were also influential. Their talents in music, poetry, and conversation allowed them to shape the social and intellectual atmosphere of the convivium, sometimes serving as confidants or informal advisors. The secrecy and exclusivity of these gatherings were paramount. Away from public scrutiny, guests could express views and ambitions they might conceal in formal settings. This privacy fostered trust, but also bred intrigue and competition. Subtle rivalries played out in social cues, conversations, and even in the choice of entertainment or seating. The convivium was as much a contest of social intelligence as of wealth or power. Hosts curated their public image through these events. By demonstrating cultural refinement, generosity, and leadership, they reinforced their political legitimacy and social authority. A successful convivium could enhance reputation and sway public opinion indirectly. Guests, aware of the performative nature of these gatherings, carefully managed their behavior to maximize favor and opportunity. The interplay of deference, ambition, and alliance-making created a dynamic social environment. The sharing of food and wine was itself a political act. Offering rare delicacies or prized vintages was a gesture of goodwill and status. How guests accepted or declined these offerings conveyed social cues and influenced relationships as the night progressed. Entertainment often became more intimate, or reflecting the trust within the group. Songs of love, witty banter, and sensual dances blurred social barriers and deepened connections. The convivium thus functioned as a social laboratory where identities were performed, alliances formed, and political futures shaped. It reveals the deeply intertwined nature of pleasure and power in Roman elite culture. The legacy of these gatherings endures as a testament to the role of social ritual in political life, showing how behind the grandeur and indulgence lay complex negotiations that sustained an empire. The Roman convivium was a uniquely potent blend of social enjoyment and political theater. As the oil lamps flickered and soft music filled the richly adorned halls of the Domus, beneath the veneer of conviviality lay the silent, intricate dance of power and influence. It was within these secret parties that Rome's elite shaped the contours of the empire's destiny. Invitation to such a gathering was a coveted privilege. It symbolized entry into a privileged circle where social bonds were strengthened and political agendas advanced. The host's power was manifest not only in wealth, but in the ability to gather and influence the most powerful men and women. Hosts wielded their invitations as instruments of favor and control. They extended them selectively, rewarding loyalty, courting allies, and excluding potential threats. The guest list itself was a statement of political alignment, ambition, and social strategy. The physical arrangement of guests within the party was carefully choreographed. The most honored attendees reclined closest to the host, enjoying easier access to conversation and influence. Peripheral seats signaled lesser favor and power. These spatial signals were understood implicitly, guiding social behavior and political expectations. Hosts employed the architecture of their homes as a political tool. Rooms, corridors, and gardens were arranged to facilitate encounters between chosen guests, two separate rivals, or to enable private discussions away from prying eyes. The very layout of the space became a silent arbiter of social dynamics. Conversations at the convivium were layered with meaning. Beneath the pleasantries and laughter, political negotiations unfolded. Alliances were forged over shared wine, promises exchanged during poetic interludes, and debts of gratitude incurred through lavish hospitality. These discussions, conducted in the safety of private company, allowed for frankness and strategic planning absent in the formal, public arenas of the Senate or Forum. Here, bold ideas could be aired, and plans hatched away from the gaze of rivals and the populace. Reciprocity was the cornerstone of these gatherings. The host's generosity in providing food, drink, and entertainment was repaid with loyalty, support, or silence when needed. This system of mutual obligation reinforced the social fabric of Roman elite society. Guests displayed their value through conversation, wit, and display. A well-timed compliment, a clever allusion, or a display of cultural knowledge could elevate a guest's standing, while missteps could lead to social isolation. The convivium was also a venue for the performance of Roman virtues. Gravitas, pieta, and dignitas. Hosts and guests alike demonstrated these qualities through hospitality, decorum, and intellectual engagement, reinforcing the ideals that underpinned Roman identity. Women's participation, though unofficial, was significant. Matrons used their influence as hosts and networkers to advance family interests. Educated companions, such as hetairai, provided cultural enrichment and facilitated connections. Their roles, though circumscribed, shaped the social dynamics of the gathering. The exclusivity and secrecy of the convivium fostered trust and facilitated political discourse that was impossible in public settings. However, this same privacy bred suspicion and intrigue. Alliances formed here could be fragile, and rivalries sharp. Entertainment and social rituals were carefully chosen to reinforce political messages. Poetry and music might praise traditional values or subtly critique opponents. Decorations and themes reflected the host's ambitions or loyalties. The food and wine served were symbols of wealth and generosity, while the order of toasts and speeches conveyed hierarchy and respect. These elements combined to create a complex language of power and status. Participation in the convivium was both opportunity and obligation. Guests sought to navigate the social terrain with skill, balancing deference and assertion to maintain or improve their standing. The convivium was thus a microcosm of Roman political life, a space where private relationships shaped public outcomes, and where the personal was deeply political. The impact of these gatherings extended beyond the night. Alliances forged or broken in the glow of the banquet hall influenced Senate votes, military commands, and imperial policy. The cultural legacy of the convivium informs our understanding of Roman power, revealing a society where social rituals and political machinations were inseparable. As we prepare to explore the intimate and emotional dimensions of these gatherings, the personal connections and vulnerabilities beneath the political performances, we gain a fuller picture of the human drama at the heart of Roman elite life. That as twilight descended upon the sprawling city of Rome, the homes of the elite transformed into sanctuaries of power and pleasure. The convivium, a secret party reserved for the privileged Phoebe, came a crucible where the intertwined forces of social status and political ambition played out in subtle yet profound ways. Here, behind closed doors, the foundations of the empire's political order were not only maintained but actively shaped. The convivium was an exclusive realm where invitation alone signified acceptance into the uppermost echelons of Roman society. The host, usually a wealthy senator, magistrate, or patrician, wielded the power to include or exclude, shaping the social landscape with deliberate intent. Invitations were political tools, offered as tokens of favor or withheld as silent rebuke. Hosts orchestrated their gatherings with strategic precision. The guest list was a carefully curated assembly of allies, potential supporters, clients, and influential figures whose presence would bolster the host's standing. Those deemed rivals or threats were conspicuously absent, a subtle message of political exclusion. Within the opulent confines of the domus or villa, the seating arrangements were more than mere logistics. They were a visible hierarchy. Proximity to the host conveyed favor and access, while distant seats signaled lesser importance. The arrangement of couches, the order of toasts, and even the distribution of delicacies reinforced social rankings. The architecture and decor of the venue itself played a role in political signaling. The grandeur of frescoes, the richness of mosaics, and the presence of ancestral busts celebrated lineage and power. The space became a stage upon which the host displayed not only wealth but cultivated cultural sophistication. The convivium was a dynamic arena where conversations were layered with meaning. Amid the laughter and clinking of goblets, political alliances were forged, negotiations advanced, and ambitions discreetly aired. The privacy of the setting permitted frank dialogue that the formal Senate chamber could not. In these gatherings, personal loyalty often trumped public rhetoric. Bonds formed over shared meals and entertainment translated into political support, votes, and appointments. Patronage networks, the lifeblood of Roman politics, were nurtured and expanded. The reciprocity of these relationships was fundamental. The host's generosity in offering food, drink, and entertainment was repaid with loyalty, influence, and support. Guests, in turn, demonstrated their value through charm, erudition, military success, or financial prowess. Poetry, music, and theatrical performances were not mere diversions but extensions of political expression. The choice of themes, the verses recited, and the stories told could all carry subtle messages: praise for allies, satire of opponents, or reaffirmation of shared values. But women, though barred from formal political power, exerted considerable influence within these settings. Matrons of powerful families hosted salons and gatherings that served as informal political forums. Educated companions and hetairæ enriched the cultural and social fabric, offering intellectual companionship and facilitating connections. The secrecy of the convivium fostered an environment where social masks were worn but also momentarily lifted. Trust and discretion were paramount, enabling sensitive conversations and strategic maneuvering away from the public eye. However, this discretion also bred intrigue. Alliances were fragile, rivalries simmered beneath polite smiles, and social maneuvering was constant. The convivium was a theater of both collaboration and competition. Hosts carefully crafted their public personas through these parties, projecting images of cultural refinement, magnanimity, and leadership. The success of a convivium could enhance reputation and political capital. Guests, aware of the performative nature of these gatherings, calibrated their behavior, balancing deference with assertiveness, displaying loyalty while nurturing ambition. The social currency exchanged in conversation, entertainment, and gesture was invaluable. Food and drink were themselves political symbols. The offering of rare delicacies and prized wines was a demonstration of generosity and power. How guests received these offerings, acceptance, refusal, or praise, was laden with social meaning. As the evening progressed, the entertainments and conversations deepened. Songs of love, witty dialogues, and sensual dances blurred social boundaries and fostered intimacy. These moments cultivated bonds that could translate into political alliances. The convivium thus functioned as a microcosm of Roman political life, a complex interplay of public performance and private negotiation, where social rituals sustained the empire's ruling class. The legacy of these secret parties endures as a window into the mechanisms of Roman power, revealing a society where influence was as much about shared experience and cultural performance as about formal authority. As dawn approached and guests departed, the echoes of laughter, music, and whispered agreements lingered, testaments to a night where politics and pleasure intertwined to shape the course of history. Beneath the glittering veneer of opulence and cultured refinement, Roman secret parties, the convivia, harbored shadows. These gatherings were sanctuaries for indulgence beyond the boundaries of public decorum, spaces where taboos were transgressed, pleasures forbidden by law or custom were explored, and societal restraints temporarily dissolved. The secrecy surrounding these parties was as much about what was concealed as what was celebrated openly, while the grand feasts, performances, and political conversations formed the public face of the convivium. The true essence often lay in the hidden acts that challenged norms and tested the limits of Roman morality. At the heart of these forbidden pleasures was the atmosphere of privacy and exclusivity. Removed from the scrutiny of the Senate, the public forums, and the judgmental eyes of the citizenry, guests found freedom to express desires, experiment with identities, and engage in behaviors that were socially or legally prescribed. The allure of secrecy imbued the parties with a potent mix of excitement and danger. The very act of participating in taboo activities heightened the sense of belonging among attendees, an exclusive fraternity bound by shared secrets and transgressions. One of the most notorious aspects of these gatherings was the prevalence of sexual libertinism. Roman society publicly espoused virtues of moderation and decorum, especially for its elite. Yet, in the private confines of the convivium, guests often indulged in erotic games, performances, and liaisons that defied public morality. Courtesans, or hetairæ, played pivotal roles. These educated and often influential women provided companionship, an entertainment that transcended mere performance. Their presence enabled flirtation, seduction, and at times, political manipulation. The convivium was a rare space where social and sexual boundaries blurred, allowing for interactions that were forbidden in public life. Moreover, The parties sometimes featured explicit performances, dances, and theatrical acts that celebrated sensuality and eroticism. Such spectacles were designed to titillate and provoke, to engage guests' desires as well as their imaginations. Alcohol played a central role in lowering inhibitions. The abundant wine, often diluted and spiced to varying degrees, loosened tongues and restraints, encouraging guests to explore forbidden topics and behaviors. Drunken revelry could lead to acts that, in daylight, would be scandalous or criminal. The parties also offered spaces for engaging in taboo, religious or magical practices, while the official Roman religion demanded public piety and adherence to tradition. Private rituals and superstitions thrived in these hidden circles. Divinations, occult rites, and mystical performances could be part of the evening's entertainment, weaving mystery and forbidden knowledge into the social fabric. Another form of transgression lay in political dissent and scandalous gossip. The privacy of the convivium enabled guests to speak freely, sometimes maliciously, about rivals, policies, and events. These conversations, while risky, were essential for navigating Rome's treacherous political waters. The convivium was also a place where social norms regarding gender and status could be temporarily appended. Slaves might be entertained alongside masters. Women might exert unusual influence. Roles could be reversed in playful or symbolic ways. These subversions, while fleeting, reflected underlying tensions in Roman society. The secrecy of these parties was maintained through strict control of information and the use of trusted intermediaries. Invitations were discreet, venues carefully chosen for privacy, and behaviors monitored to prevent scandal. The stakes were high. Exposure could ruin reputations, careers, or lives. Despite their clandestine nature, these gatherings influenced Roman culture and politics profoundly. They were crucibles of innovation, dissent, and alliance building, with the margins of society touched its center. Understanding the taboo and forbidden elements of Roman secret parties reveals the complex interplay between public virtue and private vice, between social order and personal freedom, that characterized ancient Rome. As we delve deeper, we uncover the hidden pleasures and perils that made the convivium both a sanctuary and a stage for Rome's elite, revealing a world where secrecy was as valuable as status, and indulgence as powerful as authority. That the allure of Roman secret parties lay in their paradoxical nature. They were simultaneously spaces of cultured sophistication and wild abandon. Beneath the gleaming surfaces of marble floors and flickering lamplight, the convivium provided a refuge where Rome's elite could escape the rigid constraints of public morality and indulge in the pleasures deemed improper or forbidden. Sexual libertinism was among the most notorious elements that distinguished these private gatherings from public life. In a society where public image and family honor were paramount, such indulgences were carefully hidden. Yet, behind closed doors, a more complex and unrestrained reality unfolded. Courtesans, or hetairæ, were central figures in this nocturnal world. Unlike ordinary women, hetairæ were educated, skilled in music, poetry, and conversation, and adept at navigating the social and political landscapes of Rome's elite. Their companionship went beyond mere entertainment. They were confidants, influencers, and sometimes political operatives. These women moved fluidly through the spaces of the convivium, engaging guests in witty dialogue, offering intellectual stimulation, and, at times, facilitating romantic or sexual liaisons. Their presence blurred social hierarchies and gender norms, contributing to the charged atmosphere. Erotic performances were often featured, dances and theatrical acts that celebrated sensuality with explicitness that would shock public sensibilities. Dancers adorned in scant clothing performed routines that combined artistry with seduction, while actors enacted scenes rich with sexual innuendo and symbolism. Alcohol fueled these indulgences. Roman wine, often potent and spiced, lowered inhibitions and encouraged guests to reveal hidden desires and secrets. Drunken revelry could escalate into acts of passion, rivalry, or folly, all conducted within the protective veil of secrecy. The risk of exposure was real and grave. Roman society harshly punished public scandal, especially for those in political power. Thus, the discretion demanded within the convivium was enforced by both social expectation and fear. Another layer of taboo involved forbidden religious practices. Although Rome's official religion emphasized order and piety, private gatherings sometimes included mystical rites, divination, or invocation of deities considered marginal or foreign. These secret rituals, shrouded in mystery, added an aura of danger and transgression to the convivium. They offered guests a taste of forbidden knowledge and power, enhancing the exclusivity and excitement. Political dissent, too, found expression in these secretive settings. Away from the public forum, guests might voice criticisms of emperors, senators, or policies. Such discussions, while potentially explosive, were necessary for the political maneuvering that characterized Roman governance. The convivium also permitted a temporary loosening of social roles. Slaves could be entertained alongside their masters. Women could wield unusual influence. Patrons and clients might converse as equals in the intimate atmosphere. These moments of subversion reflected underlying social tensions and allowed for subtle commentary. The secrecy of these parties was maintained by trusted networks. Invitations were whispered, venues carefully chosen for privacy, and behaviors policed by attendants. The dangers of scandal ensured a code of silence among participants, yet the very risks involved heightened the party's allure. The thrill of transgression, the shared secrets, and the bonds formed in these hidden worlds created a powerful sense of belonging and privilege. These secret parties were crucibles of innovation and influence. Many political alliances and cultural trends originated in their shadowy confines. The mingling of power, pleasure, and persuasion at the convivium shaped Rome's history as profoundly as events in the Senate or battlefield. By understanding the taboo and forbidden aspects of Roman secret parties, we gain insight into the complexities of Roman society, a civilization that balanced public virtue with private vice, order with excess, and tradition with subversion. As we continue our exploration, we will delve into the personal and emotional dimensions of these gatherings, uncovering the intimate stories behind the grandeur and intrigue. The secretive nature of Roman convivia was deeply entwined with the very elements that made them both alluring and perilous. Behind the doors of grand villas and patrician homes, the elite engaged in pleasures and activities that transgressed the boundaries of acceptable public behavior. These secret parties were crucibles where Roman social norms could be bent, challenged, and sometimes shattered. One of the most pervasive taboos breached within these gatherings was that of sexuality. While public Roman society upheld strict codes regarding sexual conduct, especially emphasizing male virtue and female chastity, the privacy of the convivium allowed for a starkly different reality. Guests indulged in sexual liberties that would have been scandalous if revealed. From casual liaisons and erotic performances to more elaborate displays of sensuality. Central to this hidden world were the hetairae, women who combined education, artistry, and companionship in ways that transcended conventional roles. They were often entertainers, musicians, poets, dancers, but their influence went far beyond mere amusement. Hittite acted as cultural arbiters and social connectors, wielding subtle power within the elite circles. These women moved through the gatherings with grace and intelligence, captivating guests not only with their talents but with their insight and wit. Their relationships with powerful men could shape political outcomes, serving as confidants, negotiators, or even informal advisors. Erotic dances and theatrical performances further blurred the lines of propriety. Dancers, sometimes scantily clad or adorned with symbolic costumes, performed routines that celebrated sexuality openly. These acts were not mere titillation, but artistic expressions that engaged guests' imaginations and challenged social taboos. Such performances were complemented by theatrical skits or mimes that included bawdy humor and risk themes. The freedom of these entertainments allowed the elite to explore desires and critiques that were impossible in public discourse. Alcohol, primarily wine, was a powerful enabler of these transgressions. Romans were connoisseurs of wine, often spicing it with herbs or honey to create complex flavors. The generous flow of wine at convivia lowered inhibitions, encouraged boldness, and sometimes led to excess. Drunken revelry facilitated confessions, flirtations, and alliances, yet it also carried risks. Intoxication could provoke conflicts, embarrassments, or worse if the veil of secrecy were pierced. The clandestine nature of these indulgences meant that participants were bound by a code of discretion. The fear of public disgrace or political ruin enforced silence, creating an atmosphere of trust and complicity among guests. Beyond sexuality, convivia were spaces for religious and magical experimentation. The official Roman religion, with its complex rituals and strict priestly controls, was complemented by private practices that ranged from folk superstitions to more esoteric rites. At secret parties, guests might witness or participate in ceremonies, invoking deities outside the traditional pantheon, or in divinations seeking insight into personal or political futures. These practices were both entertainment and a form of seeking control in an uncertain world. Political dissent and scandalous gossip were other forbidden pleasures of the convivium. Away from the public eye, guests voiced criticisms, aired suspicions, and plotted strategies. The privacy of the party allowed conversations that could not be safely held in the Senate or public forums. These clandestine discussions, while vital to political life, were dangerous. Word could leak, and alliances could unravel. The tension between trust and betrayal added a layer of risk to the revelry. Social roles, too, could be temporarily inverted. Slaves might be entertained as guests. Women might exert extraordinary influence. Patrons and clients mingled more freely. These moments of social fluidity allowed the elite to experiment with boundaries, revealing both desires and anxieties. About the rigidity of Roman society, the secrecy and exclusivity of these parties were maintained through careful practices. Invitations were often passed discreetly, sometimes verbally rather than in writing. Venues were chosen for privacy: remote villas, hidden chambers, or secluded gardens. Attendants monitored behavior, ensuring that guests did not breach the code of silence. The dangers of exposure, loss of reputation, political power, or even life were constant reminders of the stakes. Yet, it was this very risk that heightened the allure. The thrill of forbidden pleasures, combined with the intimacy of shared secrets, created a powerful bond among participants. These secret gatherings were crucibles of cultural and political innovation. They incubated ideas, relationships, and ambitions that shaped Roman history, taught through understanding the taboos and forbidden activities of the convivium. We gain insight into the complexity of Roman society's tensions between order and excess, public virtue and private vice. As we move forward, we will explore the intimate emotional dynamics that underlay these powerful social rituals, revealing the personal stories behind the grandeur and intrigue. Roman secret parties, the convivia, were much more than lavish feasts and refined entertainment. They were enclaves where the boundaries of Roman decorum dissolved, revealing a shadow world of forbidden pleasures, secret desires, and concealed ambitions. Behind the grand facades of marble and frescoes, within dimly lit chambers scented with incense and spiced wine, Rome's elite indulged in acts and conversations that would shock the public and imperil reputations if revealed. At the core of this hidden world was the tension between the strict codes of Roman public morality and the private freedoms that these secret gatherings afforded. While Rome's official virtues emphasized discipline, honor, and social order, the convivium was a sanctuary where the elite could momentarily shed these constraints, exploring the edges of desire and power. Sexual libertinism was among the most defining aspects of these parties. Public Roman society demanded that women of status embody chastity and modesty, while men were expected to display masculine virtue and control. However, in the privacy of the convivium, these roles were often inverted or blurred. The presence of hetero-educated and cultured courtesans was emblematic of this complexity. Unlike typical wives confined to domestic roles, hetero participated actively in the cultural and social life of the elite, offering companionship that combined sensuality, intelligence, and influence. These women were not mere entertainers, but shrewd navigators of Roman social and political landscapes. Their relationships with powerful men could sway decisions and alter careers. The convivium offered a stage where these connections were cultivated and displayed. Erotic performances were commonplace, often pushing the boundaries of what was acceptable in public. Dances featuring revealing costumes and suggestive movements enchanted and provoked. Actors enacted scenes filled with sexual innuendo, playing with themes of power, submission, and desire. Such spectacles were not solely for titillation. They were culturally rich expressions that challenged norms and explored human passions. Their inclusion in secret parties underscored the dual nature of Roman society: public restraint alongside private indulgence. Wine, flowing freely and often infused with spices and honey, was the catalyst that lowered inhibitions and heightened the evening's sensuality. Intoxication loosened tongues and social restraints, fostering candidness and sometimes excess. Yet, this looseness came with risks. Roman elites were acutely aware of the dangers of scandal. The convivium operated under strict codes of discretion. The threat of exposure loomed large, enforcing a fragile pact of secrecy among guests. Beyond sexual liberties, the parties often featured rites and rituals that skirted, or outright defied, traditional religious orthodoxy. While Rome's state religion emphasized piety and order, private gatherings embraced mystery cults, esoteric practices, and magic. Guests might witness or participate in secret rites, invoking deities from Egypt, Greece, or Asia, gods associated with fertility, death, or transformation. Divination and sorcery were woven into the entertainment, adding a layer of mystique and transgression. Political discourse, too, took on a forbidden character within the convivium. Away from the public eye, criticisms of emperors, senators, and policies could be voiced with frankness. Rumors, scandals, and conspiracies circulated, fueling the intrigues that underpinned Roman power. The privacy of these gatherings fostered trust, but also bred suspicion. Alliances forged over shared secrets were fragile, and betrayals could be devastating. Social roles, normally rigid and hierarchical, were occasionally inverted during the parties. Slaves might be elevated to participants in conversation or entertainment. Women's voices might carry unusual weight. Patrons and clients mingled more freely. These moments of social fluidity reflected underlying tensions and desires within Roman society. They also provided a safety valve, allowing temporary escapes from rigid structures. The secrecy and exclusivity of the convivium were maintained through careful control. Invitations were discreetly extended, often whispered through trusted intermediaries. Venues were chosen for privacy: hidden villas, secluded gardens, underground chambers. Servants and attendants enforced codes of conduct, balancing hospitality with vigilance. The ever-present threat of scandal ensured a fragile but effective silence. Yet, it was precisely this danger that heightened the allure. The thrill of forbidden pleasure, the intimacy of shared secrets, and the knowledge of exclusivity forged powerful bonds. These secret parties became crucibles of cultural innovation and political influence. Ideas, alliances, and ambitions, incubated in their shadows, shaped Rome's public life and history. Through examining the taboos and forbidden activities of the convivium, we glimpse the complex interplay of virtue and vice, order and chaos, that defined ancient Rome. As we proceed, we will explore the intimate emotional landscapes that underlay these social rituals, the fears, desires, and vulnerabilities hidden beneath the grandeur and intrigue. The secretive nature of Roman convivium, private banquets of the elite, was defined not only by the exclusivity of the guests and the opulence of the setting, but by the very behaviors and indulgences that took place behind closed doors. These parties functioned as sanctuaries for the elite to explore passions and desires forbidden in public life, creating spaces where social norms were bent and taboos willingly crossed. Roman public morality demanded decorum, modesty, and adherence. Two strict gender roles, yet within the private sphere of the convivium, these constraints loosened. Sexual liberty was perhaps the most conspicuous transgression. While the respectable Roman woman was expected to remain chaste and demure, and men to exhibit restraint, the secret parties fostered an atmosphere of libertinism. Courtesans known as hetairai were essential figures in this secret world. Unlike the idealized image of Roman matrons confined to domestic life, hetairai were educated, sophisticated, and skilled entertainers. They moved fluidly through the gatherings, engaging guests with music, poetry, dance, and conversation. Their presence blurred social boundaries, offering companionship that was intellectual and sensual. These women wielded subtle power, sometimes acting as confidants or influencers in political and social matters. The convivium provided them a platform to cement relationships that could shape careers and alliances. Erotic performances were a hallmark of these gatherings. Dancers performed sensuous routines, sometimes semi-nude, using movement to express passion and desire. The theatrical pieces often included risk themes, exploring sexuality with a frankness forbidden in the public eye. The combination of music, dance, and performance created a charged atmosphere where guests could indulge fantasies and experiment with identities. These acts were not merely entertainment, but also a means to challenge and redefine social norms. Wine, abundant and often spiced or sweetened, played a pivotal role in this liberation. Intoxication lowered inhibitions and facilitated candid speech and behavior. The flow of wine was carefully managed by slaves who ensured the evening's conviviality without allowing chaos to erupt. While indulgence was celebrated, discretion was paramount. The threat of scandal loomed large, as public exposure of such private debauchery could ruin reputations and careers. Hence, a strict code of silence governed the parties, enforced by mutual trust and sometimes by fear. Beyond sexual and social taboos, the convivium hosted forbidden religious and mystical practices. Roman official religion was a structured and public affair, but in the privacy of secret parties, guests engaged in rites that embraced mystery cults, divination, and magic. These esoteric practices offered guests access to hidden knowledge and spiritual power. Invocations of deities like Isis or Dionysus, rituals for fortune-telling, and the use of amulets and spells added a mystical dimension to the parties. Such practices, while frowned upon or even persecuted in public, were tolerated or embraced in these secret settings. They provided guests with a sense of control and transcendence, complementing the physical pleasures of food, drink, and entertainment. Political subversion was another forbidden element. Away from the Senate's watchful eye, guests voiced criticisms, plotted maneuvers, and exchanged secrets. The convivium was a crucible for political intrigue. Guests used coded language, allegory and poetry, or subtle gestures to communicate dissent or loyalty. This secret discourse allowed the elite to navigate the dangerous currents of Roman politics with greater flexibility. The blending of pleasure and politics was characteristic. Acts of indulgence often paralleled acts of power. Seduction mirrored negotiation. Intoxication lowered defenses just as political rivals were outmaneuvered. Social hierarchies, while seemingly rigid, were occasionally subverted. Slaves might be invited to partake in entertainments. Women's influence in conversations could exceed norms, and roles might be playfully reversed. These moments of social fluidity provided relief and insight into societal tensions. The convivium was thus a space of contradictions where order met chaos, restraint met excess, and power met vulnerability. Its secrecy allowed the Roman elite to explore the full spectrum of human experience without public judgment. Maintaining this secrecy required vigilance. Invitations were whispered, venues carefully selected for privacy, often secluded villas or hidden chambers. Trusted attendants monitored conduct, balancing hospitality with enforcement. The risks of exposure were real. Scandal could destroy careers, families, and lives. Yet, this risk only heightened the allure of the convivium, making it a place of both refuge and rebellion. These secret parties influenced Roman culture and politics profoundly. They were incubators of alliances, ideas, and trends that shaped the empire. Understanding their taboo and forbidden aspects reveals a civilization deeply aware of its own complexities, striving to balance public virtue with private vice, societal order with personal freedom. As we conclude this exploration, we prepare to delve into the personal and emotional dimensions of Roman secret parties, uncovering the intimate human stories behind the grandeur and intrigue. Roman secret parties, or convivia, were spaces where the bounds of conventional society were tested, and often broken, a private stage where the powerful indulged in pleasures that defied public norms. These gatherings embodied a complex interplay between repression and release, public virtue and private vice. At the center of the secrecy was a desire to explore forbidden desires, sexual, social, spiritual, and political, that could not be safely expressed in Rome's public arenas. This hidden dimension of Roman elite culture reveals much about the tensions that shaped the empire's social fabric. Sexual freedom within the convivium was an open secret. While Roman society idealized the chaste matron and the self-controlled male citizen, the private parties were venues for erotic expression and experimentation. The presence of highly educated, cultured women, skilled in music, poetry, and dance challenged traditional gender roles. Their companionship offered emotional and intellectual stimulation alongside sensual pleasure, allowing guests a rare space for genuine connection and indulgence. Erotic dances and theatrical performances celebrated sensuality in ways impossible in public life. These performances ranged from suggestive movements to explicit acts, designed to awaken desire and test boundaries. Wine, often potent and spiced, flowed freely, lowering inhibitions and blurring the lines between social roles. Guests relaxed, their masks of decorum revealing hidden facets of personality and desire. However, the indulgence was tempered by an acute awareness of danger. Roman elites understood that exposure could bring ruin, and thus discretion was the unspoken law of the convivium. This shared understanding forged bonds of trust among participants, beyond sexual taboos. The parties were sites for religious and mystical transgression. Official Roman religion demanded public ritual and adherence to tradition, but private convivia welcomed mystery cults, magical rites, and divination. Invocations of foreign gods, secret ceremonies, and esoteric knowledge offered guests access to powers beyond the state religion. These practices added a potent aura of forbidden knowledge and spiritual escape. Political dissent was another forbidden fruit savored in these hidden circles. Away from the Senate's gaze, critiques of emperors, senators, and policies circulated freely. Rumors, scandals, and conspiracies brewed within the candlelit rooms. Such political discourse was risky but necessary. The convivium provided a venue where alliances were forged, opposition was gauged, and strategies were devised. Social hierarchies could be momentarily inverted or blurred. Slaves might join in entertainment or conversation. Women exercised influence beyond public norms, and patrons and clients mingled more freely. These transgressions revealed both the rigidity and fluidity of Roman social order. The exclusivity and secrecy of the convivium were maintained through strict social codes. Invitations were private, venues secluded, and behaviors monitored by trusted attendants. The threat of scandal kept guests cautious and discreet, yet it was precisely this combination of risk and reward that gave these parties their allure. The thrill of the forbidden, the intimacy of shared secrets, and the affirmation of elite privilege created a potent social experience. These secret parties were incubators of cultural innovation and political power. Ideas, relationships, and ambitions nurtured in the convivium shaped Rome's history in profound ways. By studying the taboo and forbidden facets of these gatherings, we uncover a civilization grappling with the duality of its identity, the demands of public virtue with the realities of private human nature. As we prepare to transition to the next chapter, we turn our focus to the emotional and personal dimensions underlying these social rituals, exploring the intimate stories and vulnerabilities hidden beneath the grandeur. The secretive nature of Roman convivia was deeply intertwined with the very behaviors that society publicly condemned, yet privately relished. In these exclusive gatherings, Rome's elite temporarily cast off the rigid expectations of public life and embraced a world where pleasure, power, and transgression intertwined. Sexual indulgence was among the most conspicuous taboos at these parties, while Roman societal norms demanded modesty and chastity, especially for women. The convivium was a space where these restrictions relaxed, replaced by an atmosphere of libertinism and exploration. Courtesans, or hetaeri, played vital roles within this private world. Unlike typical wives confined to domestic duties, these women were educated, artistic, and socially adept, navigating complex networks of influence. Their presence blurred conventional gender and social boundaries, offering companionship that combined intellect and sensuality. Erotic dances and theatrical performances featured prominently, showcasing sensuality in ways impossible in the public sphere. Dancers performed suggestive routines, while actors enacted scenes rich with sexual symbolism. titillating and challenging guests. Wine flowed liberally, often spiced or sweetened, serving both as an intoxicant and social lubricant. The loosened inhibitions fostered candid conversation, flirtation, and occasionally, excess. However, this indulgence was guarded by a strict code of discretion. The threat of public scandal ensured a pact of silence among attendees, reinforcing trust and exclusivity beyond sexuality. The convivium was a haven for forbidden religious and magical practices, while Rome's state religion emphasized public piety. These private parties embraced mystery cults and esoteric rites. Guests participated in secret ceremonies, invoking foreign gods or practicing divination. These acts offered spiritual escape and a sense of hidden power. Political dissent was another forbidden element. Away from the Senate's scrutiny, guests voiced criticisms, spread rumors, and strategized. This private discourse was essential to Rome's political life, but fraught with risk. Social roles occasionally inverted. Slaves might be entertained alongside masters. Women exerted influence beyond societal norms. Patrons and clients mingled more freely. These moments of fluidity exposed tensions in Roman social order. Secrecy was maintained through careful control. Invitations were whispered, venues secluded, and behaviors monitored. The fear of exposure kept the elite vigilant. Yet the thrill of transgression, the intimacy of shared secrets, and the affirmation of status made these parties irresistible. These gatherings incubated cultural innovation and political power. The interplay of pleasure and politics in the convivium shaped Roman history. Understanding these taboo aspects reveals a society balancing public virtue and private vice, order and freedom. Next, we will explore the emotional dimensions underlying these social rituals, uncovering the personal stories beneath the spectacle. In the dimly lit chambers of Rome's elite, the convivium was not merely a social gathering but a complex theater of human desires and societal contradictions. The secret parties represented a paradoxical space where the rigid public virtues of Roman society yielded to the unspoken realities of private indulgence. Roman society publicly upheld ideals of moderation, discipline, and moral rectitude. Yet, behind closed doors, the ruling classes allowed themselves freedoms that were, by law or custom, taboo. This dichotomy between public persona and private conduct was central to the Roman elite's social existence. Sexual libertinism was a defining feature of these private assemblies. The strict expectations placed upon women to be chaste, modest, and devoted to family were subverted within the sanctity of the convivium. Here, guests engaged in erotic games and liaisons, exploring desires that could never be publicly acknowledged. The presence and influence of hetairai highlighted the complex gender dynamics at play. These women, skilled in arts and conversation, transcended conventional roles, becoming companions and confidants. Their relationships with powerful men blurred boundaries between personal and political spheres. Erotic performances, ranging from sensual dances to theatrical scenes rife with sexual symbolism, provided both entertainment and an outlet for transgression. These acts engaged the guests' senses and imaginations, creating an atmosphere of shared daring. Wine, flowing freely and often enhanced with spices or honey, was a catalyst for lowering inhibitions. The intoxicating effects encouraged openness, fostering connections that might have been impossible in public settings. Yet, this hedonism was always tempered by an acute awareness of the risks. The fear of scandal imposed a powerful code of discretion. Silence was currency, and betrayal could destroy reputations and careers. Beyond sexuality, the convivium embraced religious and mystical practices outside official orthodoxy. Secret rites, invocations of foreign deities, and divinatory acts introduced mystery and power into the evening's fabric. Such esoteric practices provided guests with spiritual escape and a sense of control over fate. They also reflected Rome's multicultural influences and the elite's fascination with the exotic. Political dissent found refuge in these private gatherings. Away from the Senate and public forums, guests voiced criticisms and strategized. The convivium was a crucible where alliances were forged and rivalries managed. The fluidity of social roles during these parties revealed underlying tensions. Slaves might join entertainments, women might assert influence, and hierarchical boundaries softened. These moments of subversion offered relief from societal rigidity and glimpses of alternative social arrangements. Maintaining secrecy required vigilance. Invitations were discreet, venues secluded, and behavior policed. The stakes were high, but the rewards of inclusion and indulgence were greater. The allure of the forbidden, the intimacy of shared secrets, and the affirmation of elite privilege combined to make the convivium a powerful social institution. These secret parties were incubators of cultural trends and political influence, shaping Rome's history in unseen ways. By exploring the taboo and forbidden facets of the convivium, we gain insight into the complexities of Roman identity, civilization balancing public virtue with private excess. As we move forward, our focus will shift to the personal and emotional dimensions of these gatherings, revealing the human stories beneath the grandeur and intrigue. Roman secret parties convivia, shrouded in exclusivity and mystery, were more than ephemeral indulgences. Their reverberations echoed far beyond the flickering lamps and ornate banqueting halls, shaping the cultural fabric, literature, social norms, and even the political landscape of Rome and its successor civilizations. To understand their legacy is to grasp a vital thread in the tapestry of Western civilization. The convivium was a crucible of cultural expression. Within these intimate settings, art, poetry, music, and philosophy were not mere entertainment, but vehicles of social identity, political commentary, and intellectual discourse. The atmosphere nurtured creativity, encouraged innovation, and fostered a fusion of tradition and experimentation. Roman literature bears the imprint of the secret party. Poets like Catullus, Martial, and Juvenal vividly portrayed the excesses, pleasures, and contradictions of elite social life. Their verses captured the atmosphere of the convivium, its wit, its satire, its revelry, and its moral ambiguities. These works, oscillating between celebration and critique, have profoundly influenced Western literary traditions. The social norms forged and contested in these gatherings shaped Roman society's expectations of behavior, hospitality, and class relations. The rituals of invitation, seating, and entertainment codified complex hierarchies, emphasizing the centrality of reciprocity, patronage, and status. These norms perpetuated elite cohesion, but also exposed tensions and contradictions within Roman social order. Moreover, the convivium served as a model for social and cultural gatherings in later Western traditions. The Renaissance banquets, the salons of Enlightenment Europe, and even modern dinner parties echo the Roman emphasis on artful hospitality, intellectual exchange, and the interplay of pleasure and power. The blending of public and private, of political ambition and personal enjoyment, pioneered by Roman secret parties, laid groundwork for social rituals that balance these dynamics to this day. Understanding the influence of these secret parties invites us to reflect on the enduring human desire to combine pleasure, power, and cultural expression, a desire as relevant now as it was 2 millennia ago. The legacy of Roman secret parties convivi reaches far beyond their immediate social context, weaving into the very fabric of Western culture and shaping the way societies conceive of celebration, power, and social interaction. These gatherings were crucibles of cultural synthesis, arenas for literary and artistic expression, and laboratories where social norms were tested and refined. At the heart of the convivium was the fusion of pleasure and intellect. The Roman elite did not view feasting and entertainment as mere indulgence. They were integral to the cultivation of status, education, and political influence. The parties offered a setting where art and rhetoric flourished, alongside food and wine. Roman literature vividly reflects the culture of these secret gatherings. Poets such as Catullus, Martial, and Juvenal captured the spirit of the convivium. In their verses, Catullus's passionate and often scandalous poems depict scenes of intimate revelry and forbidden love, echoing the private freedoms of these parties. Martial's epigrams, with their sharp wit and social commentary, provide insight into the dynamics of patronage, excess, and the pursuit of favor that characterized the convivium. Juvenal's satires offer a more critical perspective, exposing the moral contradictions and decadence lurking beneath the surface. These literary works have profoundly influenced Western poetic and satirical traditions. Their themes of indulgence, social critique, and the complexities of human desire continue to resonate in literature and art. The social rituals perfected in the convivium codified complex hierarchies and expectations that shaped Roman society. The practices of invitation, seating order, and entertainment selection became markers of status and tools of social cohesion. Hospitality was not merely generosity but a strategic display of power. The ability to host lavish gatherings signaled wealth and influence, reinforcing the host's position within the elite. Reciprocity, the mutual exchange of favors and social capital, was fundamental to maintaining these networks. These norms influenced Roman social behavior broadly, embedding expectations of deference, generosity, and cultural literacy within elite circles. The convivium served as a microcosm of Roman social order, reinforcing distinctions while providing spaces for negotiation and subtle contestation. The cultural impact of these gatherings extended into the arts beyond literature. Roman music, dance, and theatre, nurtured in the convivium, shaped artistic traditions that informed later European performance arts. The blending of diverse cultural influences, Greek, Etruscan, Eastern, within the secret parties enriched Roman art and ritual, reflecting the empire's cosmopolitan nature. This synthesis laid the groundwork for the cultural flowering of the Renaissance and beyond. Roman secret parties also contributed to the evolution of social institutions in Western history. The emphasis on private gatherings for political and cultural exchange anticipated the salons of Enlightenment Europe and modern intellectual circles. The balance of public and private the interplay of pleasure and power, and the use of cultural performance as social currency are threads traceable from the convivium to contemporary social rituals. The convivium's legacy challenges us to consider the enduring human impulse to create spaces where art, politics, and pleasure intermingle, dynamic that continues to shape society's. Moreover, the secret parties reveal the complexities of Roman identity. They embody the tension between public virtue and private vice, order and excess, tradition and innovation. Through their literature, art, and social customs, Romans explored these contradictions, creating a culture rich in nuance and depth. In understanding the influence of the convivium, we uncover a vital part of the human story, a story of how societies negotiate the boundaries of acceptable behavior, celebrate creativity, and wield social power. As we move forward, we will examine how these gatherings affected individual lives, the emotional landscapes, personal relationships, and psychological nuances that underpinned the grand spectacle. The convivium, or Roman secret party, was much more than an evening of luxurious food and entertainment. It was a vibrant microcosm of Roman cultural identity, social structure, and political life. The echoes of these secret gatherings reverberate through history, influencing not only Roman society but shaping Western traditions of social ritual, literature, art, and power dynamics. At its core, the convivium served as a crucible for cultural expression. These gatherings were occasions for elite Romans to engage deeply with the arts, music, poetry, theatre, and dance, not as passive spectators but as active participants. The performative and interactive nature of these events fostered a culture of intellectual stimulation combined with physical pleasure. Roman poets, many of whom attended or performed at convivia, immortalized these gatherings in their works. Catullus, known for his passionate and personal poetry, often depicted scenes of intimate revelry, blending eroticism with wit. His verses reveal a world where the boundaries of public morality blurred within private spaces. Martial's epigrams provide a sharper, often satirical lens on Roman elite culture. His biting humor critiques the excesses and hypocrisies of convivia, from the ostentatious displays of wealth to the fickle nature of patronage and favor. Through his words, we glimpse the social pressures and rivalries simmering beneath the surface of conviviality. Juvenal's satires extend this critique, exposing the decadence and moral decline of Rome's ruling class. His vivid descriptions of debauched feasts, political corruption, and social decay underscore the tensions inherent in a society balancing tradition with excess. These literary works did more than entertain. They shaped cultural values, challenged norms, and provided frameworks for understanding social behavior. Their influence extended beyond Rome, informing later European literature and contributing to the Western literary canon. Beyond literature, the convivium nurtured the development of Roman music and performance arts. The integration of Greek theatrical traditions, combined with native customs, created rich forms of drama, mime, and dance that entertained and communicated social messages. These artistic practices, cultivated in the private sphere, eventually influenced public festivals and later European theatre traditions. The notion of blending spectacle with social commentary can trace its roots to the intimate performances of Roman secret parties. The social rituals perfected in these gatherings codified the complexities of Roman hierarchical society. The protocols of invitation, seating, toasting, and entertainment selection embodied the intricate dance of status and influence. Hospitality was not merely a matter of generosity. It was a strategic display of power. The ability to provide lavish banquets, rare delicacies, and skilled entertainers reinforced a host's social standing and political clout. Reciprocity governed these interactions. Guests offered loyalty, patronage, or political support in exchange for inclusion and favor. This system of mutual obligation underpinned Roman social cohesion and political stability. The exclusivity of the convivium maintained social boundaries, distinguishing the elite from the broader populace. By restricting access, the parties reinforced privilege and perpetuated class distinctions. Women, while often excluded from formal political power, exercised influence through their roles in hosting and participating in these gatherings. Elite matrons curated social networks, mediated alliances, and shaped cultural tastes. Educated companions, such as hetairai, expanded the cultural dimensions of the convivium, offering intellectual engagement alongside entertainment. Their presence challenged traditional gender roles and added layers of complexity to social interactions. The secrecy and privacy of these parties allowed for behaviors and conversations that defied public norms. Political dissent, scandalous gossip, and alternative religious practices found sanctuary within the convivium. This hidden world of transgression was both a safety valve and a source of tension. It exposed the contradictions of Roman society. Public virtues contrasted with private excesses. The influence of the convivium extended beyond Rome's borders and era. The Renaissance rediscovery of classical texts revived interest in Roman social customs, inspiring new forms of social gathering salons, banquets, and intellectual circles. These later traditions inherited the Roman emphasis on artful hospitality, intellectual exchange, and the intertwining of pleasure with power. Even modern Western social rituals, formal dinners, political fundraisers, and cultural receptions reflect the legacy of the Roman convivium in their blend of ceremony, entertainment, and social networking. The enduring fascination with Roman secret parties reveals fundamental human themes: desire for connection, status, and self-expression within community. By understanding the cultural and social impact of these gatherings, we recognize how deeply ritualized social interaction shapes societies. The convivium was not merely a feast, it was a lens through which Rome's identity, values, and power were enacted and perpetuated. As we continue, we turn from the broad cultural legacy to the intimate personal experiences and emotional dynamics that animated these secret worlds. The human stories behind the spectacle. The cultural influence of Roman secret parties extended far beyond the walls of the elites, domus and villa. These gatherings left an indelible mark on Roman society's values, artistic expression, and social structures, resonating through the centuries and shaping the evolution of Western civilization. One of the most significant cultural legacies of the convivium was its role as a crucible for literary and artistic innovation. The intimate, interactive nature of these parties fostered a milieu where poets, musicians, and performers could experiment and refine their crafts. The works produced in this context, whether biting satires, lyrical poetry, or dramatic performances, nuanced reflections on human nature, society, and politics. The Roman poets who participated in or drew inspiration from the convivium often grappled with the tensions between public virtue and private vice, social ambition and personal desire. Catullus, for example, with his passionate and sometimes scandalous verses, captured the emotional intensity and moral complexities of these private gatherings. Martial's epigrams, succinct and sharp, exposed the hypocrisies and excesses of the elite's social rituals, serving as both entertainment and social critique. Juvenal's satires further illuminated the moral ambivalence of Roman society, depicting the convivium as a stage for both revelry and corruption. These literary voices have echoed through Western history, influencing Renaissance humanists and modern writers alike. Their candid portrayals of elite social life offer enduring insights into the human condition. Beyond literature, the convivium shaped Roman music and performance arts. The blending of Greek theatrical traditions with indigenous Roman customs found fertile ground in these private parties. The intimacy of the convivium allowed performers to experiment with form and content, enriching the cultural repertoire. These artistic practices contributed to the evolution of Western theater and music, laying foundations that would be built upon in later eras. The emphasis on blending entertainment with social and political commentary became a hallmark of European cultural traditions. Social norms and rituals, crystallized within the convivium, had profound implications for Roman society. The precise etiquette governing invitations, seating, toasts, and entertainments encoded social hierarchies and power relations. Mastery of these rituals was essential for navigating elite circles. Hospitality, far from simple generosity, became a mechanism for displaying wealth, cultivating loyalty, and asserting dominance. The lavishness of the feast, the rarity of the delicacies, and the sophistication of the entertainments communicated messages about status and power. Reciprocity, mutual exchange of favors and social capital, was the glue binding Roman elite. Societally, the convivium was the stage where these exchanges were enacted, renewed, and sometimes contested. These social norms influenced broader Roman behavior, embedding expectations of generosity, respect, and cultural literacy. The convivium was a model for elite interaction that reinforced social cohesion and perpetuated privilege. Women's roles within the convivium, though constrained by public norms, were significant. Elite women hosted salons and gatherings that complemented the convivium, shaping social networks and cultural tastes. Their influence, while indirect, was vital to political and social dynamics. Educated companions, the hetairai, challenged traditional gender roles, offering intellectual and emotional companionship. Their participation enriched the cultural life of the convivium and provided hosts with additional social leverage. The convivium also fostered spaces for political maneuvering and dissent, away from the formalities and surveillance of public institutions. Elite Romans engaged in frank discussions, plotted alliances, and spread rumors. This private political discourse was essential to the functioning of Roman power. The exclusivity and secrecy of the convivium created an environment where trust was both necessary and fragile. Social and political alliances forged here were pivotal, but susceptible to betrayal. The influence of the convivium extended into later Western traditions. Renaissance banquets and salons drew inspiration from Roman models, emphasizing artful hospitality, intellectual exchange, and the interplay of pleasure and power. The social rituals of the convivium laid foundations for modern social practices that balance public ceremony with private intimacy. The enduring fascination with Roman secret parties reflects a universal human impulse to combine enjoyment with social positioning, creativity with connection. By studying the convivium, we gain insight into how societies construct spaces for both pleasure and power, shaping culture and history. As we conclude this part, we prepare to turn inward, exploring the personal emotions and intimate experiences that animated the convivium, the joys, fears, and vulnerabilities behind the grandeur. Roman secret parties, or convivia, were not simply events of ephemeral pleasure. They were powerful cultural institutions that left a lasting imprint on the fabric of Roman society and, by extension, on the trajectory of Western civilization. These gatherings embodied a complex interplay of art, politics, social hierarchy, and human desire, a microcosm of the empire's cultural soul. The cultural influence of the convivium extended across multiple domains, most notably literature. Roman poets and writers, many of whom frequented or were inspired by these gatherings, immortalized the spirit and contradictions of elite social life in their works. Catullus, one of Rome's most passionate poets, captured the emotional intensity and intimate excesses of the convivium in his lyrical verses. His poems reveal a world where love, lust, friendship, and rivalry intertwined, reflecting the complex human dynamics that animated these secret parties. Martial's epigrams provided a more satirical take, offering sharp critiques of the excesses, hypocrisies, and social machinations he observed in the elite's banquets. His witty and sometimes acerbic tone exposed the performative nature of these gatherings and the delicate balance between generosity and ambition. Juvenal's satires pushed this critique further, portraying the convivium as a symbol of moral decay and social tension within Rome's ruling class. His vivid descriptions of debauchery and political intrigue serve as both cautionary tales and windows into the darker undercurrents of Roman elite life. These literary contributions were more than mere reflection. They shaped Roman cultural ideals and anxieties, influencing how elites perceived themselves and how future generations understood Roman society. Beyond literature, the convivium was a vital incubator for Roman music, theater, and visual arts. The fusion of Greek theatrical traditions with native Roman practices found expression in the intimate performances staged during these gatherings. Music, from delicate lyre melodies to robust percussion, accompanied poetry and dance, creating multisensory experiences that deepened social bonds and communicated subtle political and cultural messages. Dance performances, both formal and improvisational, enlivened the parties and allowed guests to participate in ritualized expressions of joy and community. These artistic traditions influenced later European cultural developments, contributing to the evolution of Western performance arts. The social rituals perfected in the convivium codified the complex hierarchies and reciprocal obligations of Roman elite society. Invitations, seating arrangements, toasts, and entertainments were not arbitrary, but carefully orchestrated to express and reinforce status and power. Hospitality was a key social currency. The ability to host grand feasts with exotic delicacies and captivating entertainments marked a host's wealth and influence. Guests reciprocated with loyalty, support, and social prestige, maintaining the fragile networks of patronage that underpinned Roman politics. These norms extended beyond the convivium, shaping expectations for social behavior throughout Roman society. The etiquette and performative acts learned in these private spheres influenced public conduct, reinforcing social cohesion and stratification. Women's roles in the convivium added further complexity. While excluded from formal political authority, elite women shaped social networks through hosting and participation. Their salons complemented the convivium, serving as hubs for intellectual and cultural exchange. Educated companions known as heterae blurred gender and social boundaries, providing cultural enrichment and social facilitation. Their influence highlights the nuanced gender dynamics at play within these gatherings. The convivium also fostered political dialogue and dissent. Away from the public eye, elite Romans engaged in candid discussions, alliance building, and rumor mongering. This private discourse was critical to the functioning of Roman power, but required careful navigation. The exclusivity and secrecy of these parties created an environment of trust and risk. Social and political bonds forged here were strong, but vulnerable to betrayal. The convivium's influence extended well beyond Rome. Renaissance intellectuals and artists rediscovered classical texts that described these gatherings, inspiring new cultural forms such as salons, banquets, and literary circles. The emphasis on artful hospitality, intellectual exchange, and the blending of pleasure with social strategy can be traced back to these Roman precedents. Modern Western social rituals continue to reflect the legacy of the convivium, balancing ceremony with intimacy and cultural expression with social maneuvering. Ultimately, the fascination with Roman secret parties reveals fundamental human desires to connect, to display, to transcend ordinary life through ritual and creativity. By studying the convivium, we gained insight into the enduring human story of how societies negotiate the boundaries between public duty and private freedom, order and excess. As we prepare to conclude our exploration, we will turn to the emotional and personal dimensions of these gatherings. illuminating the human experiences behind the spectacle of power and pleasure. Roman secret parties, the convivia, were more than fleeting indulgences. They were foundational cultural institutions that shaped the contours of Roman society and profoundly influenced the legacy of Western civilization. Through their unique blend of art, social ritual, and political maneuvering, these gatherings created a rich, complex tapestry of human experience that has echoed through the centuries. At the core of these parties was the fusion of pleasure and intellectual engagement. Unlike mere feasting, the convivium was a dynamic social space where elite Romans engaged deeply with the arts, music, poetry, dance, and theater while simultaneously navigating the intricate web of social and political relationships. This environment nurtured creativity, encouraged experimentation, and served as a crucible for cultural innovation. Roman literature vividly captures the spirit and contradictions of these secret gatherings. The poet Catullus, renowned for his passionate and personal verses, depicted scenes of intimate revelry, blending eroticism with emotional intensity. His poems reveal a world where love, rivalry, and friendship intertwined in the intimate privacy of the convivium. Martial's epigrams offer a more satirical perspective, humorously exposing the excesses, pretensions, and social maneuverings of the Roman elite. His sharp wit critiques the superficiality and hypocrisy that often characterized these banquets, revealing the delicate balance between generosity and ambition that defined the convivium. Juvenal's biting satires delve further into the moral ambiguities of Roman society, portraying the convivium as a stage for both celebration and decadence. His vivid descriptions of lavish feasts, political intrigue, and social decay provide a critical lens on the tensions underlying the facade of Roman grandeur. These literary contributions were not merely reflections, but active shapers of cultural values and social consciousness. Through their words, these poets challenged norms, questioned morality, and illuminated the complexities of elite social life. Their influence permeated later European literary traditions, inspiring Renaissance humanists and modern writers alike. Beyond literature, the convivium played a pivotal role in the evolution of Roman music, theater, and visual arts. The fusion of Greek theatrical traditions with indigenous Roman customs found a vibrant expression within these intimate gatherings. Performances ranged from lyrical musical interludes to dramatic plays and elaborate dances, engaging guests both emotionally and intellectually. These artistic endeavors nurtured a cultural milieu that prized sophistication and versatility, fostering traditions that would shape Western performing arts for centuries. The convivium thus served as both a sanctuary for classical heritage and a laboratory for creative innovation. The social rituals perfected in the convivium codified complex hierarchies and reciprocal obligations that defined Roman elite society. The protocols governing invitations, seating arrangements, toasts, and entertainments were elaborate expressions of status and power, requiring mastery to navigate successfully. Hospitality was a critical social currency. The ability to host opulent banquets with exotic dishes and mesmerizing entertainment signaled not just wealth but the social capital necessary to maintain and extend influence. Guests reciprocated with loyalty, political support, and social prestige, reinforcing a system of mutual obligation central to Rome's social cohesion. These social norms, though rooted in elite practice, radiated outward, influencing broader Roman behavior and expectations. The etiquette and performative acts honed within the convivium shaped public conduct, embedding ideals of generosity, deference, and cultural literacy into the fabric of Roman society. Women's roles within the convivium added layers of complexity to these dynamics. While formal political power was denied to women, elite matrons wielded considerable influence through hosting salons and orchestrating social networks. Their gatherings complemented the convivium, serving as vital hubs of cultural and political exchange. Educated companions, known as hetairai, further enriched the cultural landscape. Their intellectual prowess and artistic talents challenged traditional gender roles, providing hosts with cultural capital and guests with stimulating companionship. Their presence underscores the nuanced gender politics operating within these secret parties. The convivium was also a crucible for political discourse and dissent, Away from the public forums and the watchful eyes of the Senate, elite Romans engaged in candid discussions, negotiated alliances, and disseminated rumors. This private political sphere was essential for the functioning of Roman power, providing a space for the informal diplomacy that shaped governance. The exclusivity and secrecy of the convivium fostered an environment of trust, but also of intrigue. Social and political bonds forged over shared pleasures were potent but fragile, vulnerable to betrayal and shifting alliances. The influence of the convivium extended well beyond the Roman era. The Renaissance rediscovery of classical texts and traditions revived interest in Roman social customs, inspiring the development of salons, banquets, and intellectual gatherings throughout Europe. The Roman emphasis on artful hospitality, cultural exchange, and the intertwining of pleasure and power found echoes in the salons of Enlightenment thinkers. The grand banquets of nobility, and even the modern dinner party as a social institution. Modern, Western social rituals, with their blend of ceremony, entertainment, and networking, owe much to the legacy of the convivium. The balance of public ceremony and private intimacy, the use of cultural performance to signal status, and the strategic cultivation of social bonds are enduring elements, traceable to these ancient gatherings. The enduring fascination with Roman secret parties reveals a universal human impulse, the desire to connect, to display identity and status, to seek pleasure and influence within a community. By studying the convivium, we gain profound insight into how societies construct and navigate social spaces that blend public duty with private freedom, order with excess, tradition with innovation. As we prepare to transition into our final chapter, we will turn inward to explore the emotional landscapes and personal experiences that animated these gatherings, the fears, desires, ambitions, and vulnerabilities behind the glittering facade of power and pleasure. Roman secret parties conviviustand, as profound cultural phenomena that transcended mere social indulgence to shape enduring aspects of Western civilization. These gatherings, cloaked in privacy and exclusivity, served as incubators for cultural expression, social order, political negotiation, and even subtle rebellion against public norms. At the heart of their influence was the convivium's unique blending of art, intellect, and pleasure. Far beyond simple banquets, these events were carefully choreographed social rituals where poets, musicians, dancers, and philosophers performed and engaged with an elite audience whose participation was as crucial as the entertainment itself. The interactivity of these gatherings cultivated a cultural environment that prized wit, erudition, and artistic innovation. Roman literature offers a vivid window into this world. Poets like Catullus captured the intimate emotional textures of these secret parties, revealing scenes of passion, jealousy, and friendship that humanized the elite. His candid and often raw verses contrast with the polished public facades of Roman aristocracy, illuminating the private lives behind the power. Martial's epigrams further peel back the curtain, exposing the hypocrisy and excess that often shadowed these gatherings. His sharp satire critiques the social climbing, pretentiousness, and moral contradictions of Roman high society, offering both entertainment and a mirror for self-reflection among his contemporaries. Juvenile's satires pushed this critique to a moralistic pitch, depicting the convivium as a microcosm of Rome's moral decay. His vivid accounts of debauched feasts and political intrigue underscore the tensions within Roman society, between traditional virtue and the temptations of power and pleasure. These literary works did not simply reflect society, they shaped cultural perceptions and social norms. Through their influence, the complexities of Roman elite life, with all its contradictions, were codified into the Western literary canon, inspiring future generations to grapple with similar themes of excess, power, and identity. Beyond literature, the convivium was a fertile ground for musical and theatrical innovation. The blending of Greek theatrical forms with Roman sensibilities found expression in intimate performances tailored for these private gatherings. Music from the delicate lyre to lively percussion created atmospheres that ranged from solemnity to revelry, while dancers and actors brought myth, satire, and social commentary to life. These performances were not mere diversions but acts of cultural creation, reinforcing social bonds and political messages. They laid foundations for later Western theatrical traditions, influencing Renaissance drama and beyond. The social rituals perfected in the convivium established a framework of etiquette and hierarchy that defined Roman elite society. Invitations were not casual. Seating arrangements were carefully planned to signal favor and status. Toasts and entertainments were deliberate expressions of social order. Hospitality functioned as a key mechanism of power. The host's ability to offer sumptuous feasts, rare delicacies, and sophisticated entertainment signaled wealth and influence, reinforcing their position in the social hierarchy. Guests reciprocated with loyalty, political support, and social capital, maintaining a delicate balance of obligation and advantage. These norms extended beyond the parties themselves, shaping public social behavior and reinforcing the cohesion of Roman aristocracy. The convivium served as a model for social interaction, embedding expectations of generosity, deference, and cultural literacy. Women's roles within this cultural milieu, though constrained by public limitations, were significant. Elite matrons wielded influence through hosting and networking, shaping social and political alliances. Educated companions, such as hetairai, expanded cultural life, challenging gender norms and enhancing the intellectual atmosphere of the parties. The political dimension of the convivium was equally vital. These gatherings provided a private sphere for candid discussion, alliance formation, and rumor exchange activities crucial to the operation of Roman political life, yet impossible in the Senate or public forums. The trust and secrecy of the convivium allowed for strategic planning and negotiation that shaped the empire's governance. Yet the exclusivity of these parties maintained clear social boundaries, reinforcing elite privilege and the exclusion of lower classes. The convivium was both a site of inclusion for the powerful and exclusion for the masses, reflecting and perpetuating Rome's social stratification. The cultural legacy of the convivium extended into later Western history. Renaissance thinkers and artists, rediscovering classical texts and traditions, revived the ethos of artful hospitality, intellectual engagement, and the entwining of pleasure with power. Salons, grand banquets, and literary circles of early modern Europe bear the imprint of Roman social customs. Even modern social rituals echo these ancient practices. The dinner party, the political fundraiser, the cultural salon, all reflect the Roman balancing act of ceremony, enjoyment, and social maneuvering. The use of performance art and hospitality as social currency continues to shape human interactions. The enduring fascination with Roman secret parties reveals fundamental aspects of human nature: the desire to connect, to display identity and status, to explore pleasure within the bounds of community, and to negotiate power in both public and private spheres. By studying the convivium, we gain insight into the ways societies construct meaningful social spaces that blend obligation with freedom, order with excess, tradition with creativity. As we move to the final chapter, our focus will shift to the personal and emotional dimensions of these gatherings, illuminating the intimate stories and human vulnerabilities beneath the glittering surface of Roman elite life. In reflecting upon the tapestry of Roman secret parties, the convivio, we find ourselves standing at the intersection of history and humanity, where the distant past converges with the present. These gatherings, though rooted in the customs and hierarchies of an ancient empire, reveal timeless aspects of human social behavior, desires, and the perennial dance between public persona and private indulgence. The convivium was more than a luxurious banquet or an ornate social ritual. It was a complex institution that combined artistry, political power, social stratification, and human emotion. Its significance in Roman society extended far beyond the fleeting pleasures of food, wine, and entertainment, functioning as a vital mechanism for maintaining the fabric of elite culture and governance. At their core, Roman secret parties embodied the duality of civilization, the tension between order and chaos, decorum and excess, control and freedom. Within the privacy of these gatherings, Rome's ruling class could temporarily set aside the rigid excitations of public life to explore the full spectrum of human experience. The lessons of the convivium resonate profoundly in our contemporary world. Modern social gatherings, private parties, exclusive galas, intimate dinner, the Roman blend of pleasure, performance, and social negotiation, though the context has evolved. The fundamental human impulses remain remarkably consistent. In today's world, social media and global connectivity have transformed public and private boundaries, yet the desire for exclusive spaces where identity, status, and power are negotiated persists. Modern-day parties, whether lavish celebrations of wealth or intimate gatherings of influence, function as stages upon which individuals perform social roles, forge alliances, and cultivate reputations. The rituals of invitation, seating, and entertainment continue to codify social hierarchies. Hosts wield social capital by curating guest lists and crafting atmospheres that reflect their identity and aspirations. Guests navigate these environments with careful calculation, balancing authenticity with strategy. Furthermore, the allure of secrecy and exclusivity that characterized Roman convivia remains potent. Exclusive events offer sanctuary from the public gaze, enabling freer expression and forging bonds through shared confidentiality. The thrill of participation in these private spheres fuels social cohesion among the privileged. Yet, the Roman example also warns of the pitfalls inherent in such exclusivity. The convivium reinforced social divisions and masked inequalities, fostering environments where indulgence could overshadow responsibility. Modern parallels, from elite clubs to private political gatherings, invite similar reflection on power, privilege, and social justice. That the cultural legacy of the convivium informs not only social practice but also artistic and literary traditions. The interplay of spectacle and sincerity, artifice and authenticity observed in Roman parties can be seen in contemporary media, theater, and storytelling. As we conclude this exploration, the convivium emerges as a mirror, reflecting enduring human complexities. It teaches us about the power of ritual, the nuances of social identity, and the persistent human quest for connection and meaning amidst the structures of society. In contemplating the continuities and contrasts between ancient and modern social gatherings, we gain insight into the ways culture evolves, yet remains rooted in shared human experience. Roman secret parties, the convivia, stood as emblematic of a civilization that was as much about public order as it was about private indulgence. These exclusive gatherings encapsulated the tension between the facade of Roman virtue and the realities of human desire, social ambition, and cultural expression. As we reflect upon their historical context, we uncover lessons that resonate profoundly with the nature of contemporary social life. The convivium functioned as a nexus of multiple social forces, at once a celebration of wealth and taste, a stage for political theater, and a laboratory for cultural innovation. It exemplified how human societies organize pleasure and power. The architecture of these gatherings, the invitations extended, the guests assembled, the rituals enacted served to reinforce hierarchies and create networks of influence that shaped Rome's governance and culture. Yet, beyond the structure, the convivium was a space of paradoxes. It was simultaneously a domain of order and chaos, where rigid social codes were upheld, even as private freedoms expanded. It was a sanctuary where the elite could relax their public masks, revealing vulnerabilities, desires, and ambitions that the public sphere suppressed. This duality underscores a universal human condition, the constant negotiation between societal expectation and personal identity. Modern social gatherings, from intimate dinner parties to lavish galas, mirror many of these ancient dynamics. Invitations today, though often digital, carry weight and meaning, signaling inclusion or exclusion within social circles. Seating charts at formal events still reflect status, and the choice of entertainment or menu communicates cultural values and aspirations. The convivium's legacy is evident in the ways contemporary societies use private gatherings to build and maintain social capital. Whether in corporate boardrooms, over business dinners, or exclusive clubs, the ritualized sharing of food and drink fosters trust, facilitates negotiation, and constructs identity. Secrecy and exclusivity remain potent social currencies. Private events offer respite from public scrutiny, enabling more candid conversations, the formation of closer bonds, and, at times, the exploration of identities or ideas that might be constrained in broader contexts. The thrill of belonging to a select group continues to draw participants into these spaces, reinforcing social cohesion and distinction. However, as in ancient Rome, these gatherings can both reflect and perpetuate social inequalities. The convivium was a mechanism of elite cohesion, simultaneously excluding and marginalizing those outside the privileged class. Modern parallels raise important questions about access, privilege, and the social responsibilities that accompany power. The cultural impact of Roman secret parties extends beyond social practice to influence art and literature. The blend of spectacle and intimacy, performance and authenticity, that characterized the convivium has inspired countless artistic traditions. The themes of excess, ambition, vulnerability, and social negotiation explored in Roman poetry and satire continue to find expression in contemporary media and storytelling. Reflecting on the convivium invites us to consider how social rituals shape identity and community. The act of gathering, sharing food, stories, music has been central to human culture across time and place. Yet, the ways these rituals are structured and experienced reveal much about the values and power relations of their societies. In drawing parallels between ancient Roman gatherings and modern social events, we see both continuity and change. The desire for connection, status, and self-expression endures, but the contexts and forms evolve. Technology, globalization, and shifting social norms have transformed how and where people gather. Yet the fundamental human impulses remain recognizable. The study of the convivium thus offers valuable insights not only into Rome's past, but into the ongoing human endeavor to create meaningful social spaces. It challenges us to reflect on the purposes of our own gatherings, how they build community, express identity, and negotiate power. As we conclude this journey through the world of Roman secret parties, we recognize that these ancient gatherings were not merely relics of a bygone era, but living ancestors of the social rituals that continue to define human life. They remind us of the enduring complexity of human society, where pleasure and power, tradition and innovation, public and private, intertwine in ever-changing patterns. As we delve deeper into the legacy of Roman secret parties, the convivia, we find that these gatherings serve as more than historical curiosities. They offer profound insights into the enduring nature of human sociality. The convivium was a microcosm of Roman society's aspirations and contradictions, a stage where the elite enacted rituals that balanced the public demands of virtue with the private pleasures of indulgence. This balance, or at times tension, between public and private selves is a theme as resonant today as it was 2,000 years ago. The very structure of the convivium reflected the Roman obsession with hierarchy and order. Yet within its intimate settings, these hierarchies could be negotiated, challenged, or temporarily suspended. Invitations were carefully extended, signaling not just social inclusion, but political favor and strategic alliance. Seating arrangements were meticulously planned to reinforce status and proximity to power, while the flow of conversation, the choice of entertainment, and even the serving of delicacies were laden with symbolic meaning. This careful choreography of social interaction ensured that the convivium was both a site of reinforcement and subtle contestation of social order. It was an arena where social bonds were tested and alliances forged, where displays of generosity intertwined with political calculation. The convivium thus encapsulated the complex interplay between culture, power, and identity that defined Roman elite life. In modern parallels, we see similar dynamics at work. Exclusive parties, private dinners, and elite gatherings continue to serve as crucial venues for social networking, cultural expression, and political maneuvering. The mechanisms of inclusion and exclusion, the symbolism of hospitality, and the performative nature of social roles remain integral to human interaction. Yet, the context has evolved. Contemporary technology, mass media, and shifting cultural norms have transformed how social rituals are conducted and perceived. The boundaries between public and private are more porous, with social media turning private moments into public spectacles. Despite this, the fundamental human need for connection, status, affirmation, and shared experience persists. Moreover, the convivium's emphasis on artful hospitality and cultural engagement finds echoes in modern social expectations. The hosting of a dinner or a party often involves careful curation of atmosphere, food, music, and guest list, reflecting both personal tastes and social strategy. The blending of pleasure with social positioning continues to define human gatherings. However, the convivium also prompts reflection on the exclusivity and inequality inherent in such social structures. Roman secret parties were the preserve of a privileged few, reinforcing social divisions and concentrating power. Contemporary elite gatherings raise similar questions about access, privilege, and social justice. Understanding the convivium encourages us to critically examine our own social rituals. How do we use hospitality and cultural display to construct identity? In what ways do our private gatherings reflect or resist broader social hierarchies? What do our choices in social spaces reveal about our values and aspirations? The cultural legacy of the convivium is also evident in the arts and literature. The themes of excess, desire, rivalry, and social negotiation explored in Roman poetry and satire continued to resonate. These works have influenced the trajectory of Western literary and artistic traditions, reminding us of the enduring human fascination with the complexities of social life. Furthermore, the performative aspects of the convivium, the use of space, ritual, and spectacle, to communicate meaning inform contemporary understandings of social performance. Whether in political rallies, theatrical productions, or everyday social interactions, the blending of appearance and reality remains a powerful tool for shaping perception and influence. As we draw our exploration to a close, the convivium emerges not merely as a relic of ancient Rome, but as a living metaphor for human sociality. It reveals how pleasure and power, art and politics, intimacy and performance are woven together. In the ongoing story of civilization, the Roman secret party thus invites us to see beyond the surface of social gatherings, to recognize the layers of meaning, strategy, and emotion that underlie human connection. It challenges us to consider the roles we play, the rituals we enact, and the desires we pursue within our own social worlds. In this reflection, we find a bridge between past and present, a shared human experience that transcends time and culture. The convivium teaches us about the possibilities and perils of social life, the joys and costs of belonging, and the enduring quest for identity and meaning in community. Roman secret parties convivio were not isolated episodes of decadence, but integral social institutions whose influences permeate the fabric of human culture, reflecting enduring themes of power, pleasure, and community. As we conclude this exploration, it becomes evident that these gatherings embody a dynamic tension between public order and private freedom, a duality that resonates across millennia and civilizations. The convivium was a stage where identity was performed, negotiated, and reinforced. In the hierarchical society of Rome, status was both a given and a continual achievement, maintained through rituals of hospitality and display. The carefully curated guest lists, seating plans, and entertainments were acts of social choreography, designed to signal and solidify relationships. Yet within these structured performances, there was room for fluidity, subversion, and human vulnerability. The privacy of the convivium offered respite from the rigid roles imposed by society, allowing elites to reveal facets of their personalities concealed in the public arena. Friendships blossomed, rivalries simmered, and alliances formed in this liminal space between performance and authenticity. In many ways, modern social gatherings echo these dynamics. Exclusive parties, private dinners, and cultural salons function as contemporary convivia, spaces where individuals negotiate social standing, forge connections, and express identity. Invitations become currency, seating arrangements reflect favor. Entertainment serves as both enjoyment and social signaling. The rise of digital technology complicates this picture, blurring boundaries between public and private. Social media broadcasts personal moments, transforming intimate gatherings into public spectacles. Yet even in this hyper-connected age, the fundamental human impulse is embodied in the Roman convivium. The desire for connection, status, and meaning persist. The convivium also prompts reflection on inclusion and exclusion. Roman secret parties reinforced elite privilege, drawing clear lines between those inside and outside the circle of power. modern parallels raise questions about social equity and the ethics of exclusivity. How do we create spaces of belonging without perpetuating inequality? What responsibilities accompany privilege in social settings? Culturally, the convivium contributed to the evolution of Western art and literature. The themes and restraint, loyalty and betrayal, love and ambition are archetypal narratives that continue to captivate. The artistic forms nurtured in these gatherings laid foundations for later traditions in poetry, theater, and music. The performative aspect of the convivium offers insights into how humans use ritual and spectacle to construct social reality. From the grandeur of Renaissance banquets to the carefully staged events of modern diplomacy, the blending of appearance and substance remains a potent tool for influence. Historically, the convivium teaches us about the complexity of social life, the ways individuals and groups balance conformity and rebellion, public virtue and private desire. It reveals a civilization grappling with its own contradictions, embodying tensions that are as relevant today as they were in antiquity. As we reflect on the Roman secret parties, we are reminded that human societies continually create and recreate spaces where culture, power, and pleasure intersect. These spaces reveal much about our values, fears, and aspirations. The convivium stands as a testament to the enduring human quest for connection and meaning within community, a pursuit marked by ritual, creativity, and negotiation. In closing, the study of Roman secret parties enriches our understanding of history and humanity, offering lessons about the social bonds that shape civilizations and the private worlds that sustain them.